it is actually Maura Dooley and Lyle Goldstein with you this morning. Good morning, everyone out there. Mike Salk is feeling a little under the weather today. Do you think that's really what's going on here, Lyle, or do you think that it was maybe just last night's game was the final straw? He needed a mental health day.
I was going to say either that or he was just ready to get some extra sleep in his life and he didn't feel like getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning today. One way or another. Brock did call it Mariners flu when Salk got sick yesterday. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, we send our best wishes to Salk. Hopefully he'll be back with us tomorrow. But we are going to have Brady Henderson in from 7 to 10 with Brock Heward. And so we'll be getting a lot of information about what was going on at mandatory minicamp for the Seahawks yesterday. We also have former NFL quarterback Chase Daniels joining us at 9:30. He's been doing some work with The Athletic and Diana Rossini. And I think Chase Daniel, didn't he make like some of the most money of any backup quarterback? I think he had a lengthy backup quarterback career. And I think for the amount of starts that he had, he did quite well for himself.
Yeah, I mean, he made a ton. I want to look up right now what exactly it was, but you're right. Like, that was a narrative around Chase Daniel's career for a long time, is he didn't have to play a lot of games, and he made a whole lot of money as a backup quarterback. So I guess all the more reason backup quarterback's arguably the best job in all sports.
Yeah, this says his career earnings through 2025 are $41 million. He played for 14 seasons, 74 games, and made 5 starts. Good for him.
That's a great life, I got to tell you. You play in the NFL, you travel around on charter planes, you stay in 5-star hotels, and then you only have to play 5 games in your career and make $40 million.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll talk to him about that later. Hopefully Brock won't be too jealous.
He probably will.
It's like that's the ultimate backup quarterback.
Uh-huh. Like, Brock's done pretty well for himself, don't get us wrong, but then he looks up at Chase Daniel. It's like, wow, well, there's a little bit left on the table.
Yeah. So. All right, I guess we will we'll get a little bit into this Mariners game, if you don't mind.
Sure. Yeah, no, we can get into it for a few minutes. We can decide how much we want to go through it in general, but
Logan Evans on the mound last night. Not his best, but it did seem like it was going to be enough until, Randy Arozarena and Rowdy Tellez hit back-to-back home runs in the 6th to pull the Mariners within 2 runs, and you start to think that there's a rally going on. I got up, I told you guys this in the text thread, I got up to heat up some dinner and come back into the room, and all of a sudden it's 10-3 Diamondbacks. What happened when Trent Thornton came in?
The short answer is he gave up 5 runs on 5 hits. I guess the long-winded answer is, well, maybe that's the short and long-winded answer. But yeah, he just didn't have it last night. So like you said, it wasn't Logan's best start that he's put together so far in his short big league career, but he certainly kept him in the game. It was by no means a backbreaker outing, but yeah.
It's frustrating that the Mariners were facing a guy like Brandon Pfaadt who had been struggling.
Right.
And couldn't get more going earlier offensively, but it was still a winnable game at that point.
Yeah, and the 2 relievers the Diamondbacks put in after Pfaadt were no, world beaters by any means. Taylor Scott was just okay, and, he's a guy that got let go by the Astros, and Jarvis threw 3 innings, and he has a 6 ERA on the year. Now, they may have thrown him because they got their big lead, and as a result, they were just putting him in for mop-up duty. But yeah, they faced in total 3 guys yesterday that by no means are all-world all-world arms. But again, despite Logan Evans keeping him in the game, and then despite the Mariners getting 2 runs in the 6th, like you said, to feel like they were crawling back into it, they just couldn't keep the game at bay and keep the game within striking distance, because that 5 spot in the bottom of the 6th inning when Trent Thornton was in there was kind of all she wrote. And yeah, the Diamondbacks jumped on him. Look, Thornton's made 2 appearances back since he's gotten off the IL. First one was okay, I guess. The last one, obviously, yesterday was a tough one to swallow.
Yeah. And obviously, like I said, you wanted to see the offense get going a little earlier against a pitcher that hasn't been that strong lately. They went 3 for 13 with runners in scoring position. They were particularly bad at that early in the game. I know you have been harping on wanting some bullpen help. And, after the collapse last night, what do you think is more urgent right now, that they go out and get a bat or that they get bullpen help?
No, it's a good question. I would still stick to my guns that it is bullpen help. And specifically, I think they need 2 bullpen arms that are higher leverage, if not high leverage, at the very least impact bullpen arms. Because like we've talked about it, like right now you get past Munoz, Brash, and Gabe Spire, and there's just not a whole lot of consistency back there in that bullpen. And I think right now they got to find a couple guys to stabilize that. Now, maybe they'll get a couple guys in terms of help down in the minor leagues as the year goes on, and maybe they get a couple guys that come up from AA or AAA as we get into the summer months here. But yeah, even in addition to that, you need some proven leverage, high-end bullpen arms that don't force you to rely on your big 3 out of that bullpen every time a starter has to exit the game, because it's going to put too much on them. And frankly, they can't pitch every night. So even before you get a bat, I just think about how these playoffs are built and how often bad offenses can get through a postseason, or at least part of it, with good starting pitching and with a good bullpen, even if their offense isn't otherworldly. And that's what I look at right now for the Mariners is, do they need bats? Yes. Like, do they need help in the corner infield? Could they potentially need a right fielder? Sure. But I think before any of that, you got to fix this bullpen, because bullpens are so crucial come playoff time and come October. They can win or lose you series. So I would target the bullpen arms first.
I can see that. I really think they're going to need to do both. And like as we talked to Passan yesterday, Wyman and Bob had Morosi on, and we just hear everyone raving about the almost historic catcher season that Cal's having offensively. It's just like, you can't waste this. They've got to figure something out. Hopefully, like we said, Luke Raley coming back will bring a little bit of an infusion. But I really hope that by the trade deadline, they've addressed both of those positions. They find a way to do that and be aggressive. But obviously, this team needs to start winning some games to show them that they're still in this race. Thankfully, the Astros have dropped 2 in a row. They lost to the White Sox last night. So you're still only 3 games back and not losing more ground as you look at losing a 3rd straight series. Hopefully the Mariners can get back on track with Brian Wu on the mound tonight. He's facing Eduardo Rodriguez, who has a 6.70 ERA. So you would hope the offense can maybe do what they couldn't do last night.
Yeah, Diamondbacks have a couple of pitchers that they've given big money to that just haven't panned out, between Erod, between Montgomery, between a couple guys. But anyway, yeah, to your point, Luke Raley should help stabilize something when he comes back, whether it's first base, right field, or a little bit of both. And I'm not saying the Mariners should only go target bullpen arms, because they do need both. Yeah. I would just, if it was up to me and if I was sitting there making the decisions, I would. I
guess I was just asking if they decide to go after something before the trade. You know what I mean? Like, what's the thing that's most pressing?
Right. And I'd say it's bullpen arms for me. But again, like, what's hard is with the expanded playoff field, there's not that many teams looking to sell off here on June the 11th. So that's what's hard, is you're going to have to play a little bit of the waiting game and find a way to tread some water a bit until teams are ready to potentially trade off some of their pieces. But you're right, to your point, Maura, like, they're going to have to prove that this is a team that is worthy of buying at the trade deadline, because they are back at 500 now. So like, the White Sox gave them a big gift yesterday in terms of beating the Astros. So it helped them not lose any ground, but record-wise, they're sitting.
This is a pretty good slide. You need to show some signs of life here. And it's hard to say they're not showing fight in game, because they are. But, you got to start winning some of them.
And this was a road series that should have favored them. Like, Diamondbacks haven't been great this year. The Angels certainly haven't been great this year. And it's certainly some easier games than when you'll get home and you'll have to play Cleveland, and then you'll have to play Boston, who hasn't been great, but they're talented, and on paper they can put up runs, because that's an offense that it's, on their best night, pretty imposing. So, yeah, you're right. They're going to have to find a way to kind of put this back on the right foot and kind of turn it around, especially today, once they get home, et cetera, and find a way to start winning some games again.
All right. Well, that was, a little bit of a depressing start to the show. I promise we'll have some fun today. Lyle and I are going to go out to Seahawks minicamp and get a look at what's going on there today. Coming up in Need to Know, we'll tell you everything that happened there yesterday. We'll go over the NBA Finals Game 3 coming up tonight, and we'll talk a little good news for the Mariners as well. That's coming up next. You're listening to Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
It's the Seahawks' only minicamp of the offseason, and Seattle sports is there.
Seahawks wide receiver Cooper Kupp, which still feels kind of weird for me to say. Does it feel weird to hear still?
Yeah, I'm getting used to it.
Live from the sidelines this morning with Bump and Stacy live from VMAC beginning at 10 a.m. Taking you up to Mariners pregame at 11:30.
Your outside backers got to be a bit more versatile.
We are the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Summer is the perfect time for a new roof. Take advantage of our easy financing, summer specials, and the best warranty in the business. Have a great summer. See you next hockey season. Trust Techline.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580. Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
All power, zero compromise. Ego cordless outdoor power equipment features advanced lithium battery technology that exceeds the power and performance of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. From mowers and trimmers to blowers and pressure washers, one battery powers over 90 tools. No wonder it's the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Power beyond belief. Visit egopowerplus.com to learn more or to find an Ego retailer near you. That's egopowerplus.com.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
G. Scott here with former Seahawks Cliff Averill and Doug Baldwin. I heard you guys are having a celebrity pickleball tournament to raise money for Nourishing Champions. Why pickleball?
Obviously, it's a growing sport, but also this model is that we will actually be playing with community.
We are the most competitive people, so regardless of how sorry Doug might be, he will be out there competing like it's a Super Bowl.
Sign up for the Celebrity Pickleball Tournament, open to all skill levels. For details, go to championsofchangefoundation.org/pickleball.
At Washington Energy Services, we take the time to get to know you and your home. We have the passion and commitment to see each project through and to treat our work as more than just a job. For over 65 years, we've offered award-winning home services, from heating and cooling, plumbing and electrical, to windows and doors. Complete home improvement handled from start to comfort. For peace of mind when you need it most, count on Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Dr. Wagner is hosting a free stem cell webinar to explain stem cell therapy.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
And which joints have you seen good success with?
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Dr. Wagner has performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. Are you in pain? Join him for the free stem cell webinar and learn all about this amazing procedure.
Join Dr. Wagner for his free stem cell webinar Wednesday, June 18th. Register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. drmarkwagnermd.com.
This hour is brought to you by Community Transit.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, another forgettable Mariners game last night. This time they dropped this game to the Diamondbacks by a final score of 10-3. Logan Evans keeps him in the game. Maybe not his strongest start of the first few he's had in his career, but again, certainly didn't pitch poorly. He went 5 innings, gave up 4 runs, struck out 5. Offense didn't get it going while he was out there on the mound, so it almost felt like for a while he had to be perfect. They did start to get it going in the 6th after they got a couple home runs, courtesy of Randy Arozarena, who absolutely unleashed on that ball, and then Rowdy Tellez, who hit one out to center. That made the score 4-2 before things started to get away from him. Trent Thornton comes in for an inning of relief. He gives up 5 earned on 5 hits. He walked 2. Certainly was not his best night, as on 40 pitches, the Diamondbacks certainly got to him. So they put up 10 in their own right down in Arizona. Corbin Carroll, the Seattle native, certainly made his mark again. He had 2 triples on the night. He has been awesome down in Arizona this year. So that makes it a 10-3 final. Mariners have unfortunately lost 7 of their last 8. They'll have Brian Wu going out on the mound today, this afternoon, to try and salvage the series and get them back home on a high note. Speaking of a high note, Logan Gilbert's pitched really well down in Tacoma in his rehab outings, and he made his 3rd one just yesterday, and it went really well. So if you need some glass half full positivity, go ahead and look at that, because Logan goes 5 innings. He does not give up a run. He gave up 1 hit, struck out 6 on 72 pitches, also retired 14 of the last 15 batters he faced. So what happens with Logan Gilbert next? They'll reevaluate, I'm sure, and they're going to see if he bounces back well from this next rehab outing and if he feels good afterwards. But if he does, would have to assume that he will be inserted back into the rotation on this upcoming homestand, and that will be a huge, huge boost to this rotation that could certainly need it after all the injuries that they've had this year.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
The Seahawks held the first of their 2 mandatory minicamp practices scheduled for this week yesterday. Sam Darnold reportedly had a good day. He threw 1 pick, but there was a flag on the play, and he was just taking his free shot. After practice, reporters wanted to know if Darnold has a fiery side to him at all. Mike McDonald says yes.
Yeah, he's got some stuff to him.
Does it?
Yeah.
Did that surprise you?
No. We went against him. We felt it. Yeah, the thing you love about Sam is he's just a dude, man. He's he's like one of the guys. There's a sense of he's one of the guys, so he's right there with him and all the things, but that's him. But there's some shit to him. Like he's like, don't mess with him. He's got that edge to him, that competitiveness, and the guys respect that. And he's him. He's not trying to be anybody else, and you got to respect that about him.
I did like that when Julian Love was asked about that and Sam Darnold's supposed fiery side, they asked how that comes out, and he was like, kind of in like a dad joke way. He's like, but yeah, he's got some fire. So.
Is that a positive endorsement, I guess?
I think so. I think he was just saying, like, it's maybe not the most intimidating fire, but that he does get fired up in practice. So, yeah, but it's they had a lot of fun things to say about him yesterday. Cooper Kupp also criticized his palate saying that they went to dinner and Sam Darnold wanted like chicken tenders and fries, and Cooper Kupp's like, I have a 6-year-old if you want to eat that. Yeah, they're having a lot of fun out there. Bob Condotta of the Seattle Times said there was some rotating going on at positions that are up for grabs. So Christian Haynes not only got his reps at right guard where he's competing with Anthony Bradford, but he also did some work at center yesterday. Ken Walker was still limited to mostly warm-up drills with the running backs. Mike McDonald gave an update on where he's at.
Ken Walker dealing with something injury-wise?
Yeah, he's working through an ankle, but he should be fine.
Meanwhile, the defense continues to look impressive. Julian Love spoke after practice about the level of competition being different this year.
Yeah, I think so. I think kind of that shows itself in, like, when we're in the defensive room, it's not about being like the best defense. Now we're competing of who can be the best position group in the defense. So it's not just like, okay, defense, we're going to be, the top whatever in the league. It's like, no, we want to be the best secondary in the league. And who was the tip of the spear for our practice that day? And every day we've been showing who the tip of the spear was, whether it's DBs, backers, or D-line. And so it's just super competitive in there. And I think it's conducive to just growth. I think, we're not shying away from everything. Everyone's getting coached, no matter if you're, D-Law, Leo, or the rooks we have. It's just a super accountable across all boards. Player to coach, player to player, coach to coach, all of it is just really, really dialed in.
You'll love to hear it.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Game 3 of the NBA Finals between the Thunder and the Pacers is at 5:30 tonight. It's tied 1-1 with the Thunder winning the most recent matchup by 16 points on Sunday. Pacers got that 1-point victory with the Halliburton jumper at the last second in Game 1. So go ahead and check that out tonight. This last story here, I don't know. I might wait for Brock to join because he wanted this and need to know. Turns out, I think Salk brought this up about a month ago, that there were people reporting that Aaron Rodgers was out wearing a wedding band. The Steelers reporters asked him about it yesterday, and it turns out he has gotten married sometime within the last couple of months to a mystery woman. So, congrats, I guess.
Is it Blue of Earth?
Are they back together? I don't know. That would be great content for the show. Brock and Salk love Blue of Earth. So.
Well, did they ever break up? I don't know if that ever got confirmed.
No, they did.
Oh.
Because she was like stuck in Peru. There was something going on where she couldn't get out, and Salk's like, he's not even gonna help her. It's been a long journey with us and Aaron Rodgers, Lyle.
Well, it's been a long journey even since I've been on the show, and that hasn't been that long. That's been like 10 months. I can't even imagine what it would be like for the last 3-4 years.
That is everything you need to know for now. Brady Henderson and Brock Heward will be in from 7 o'clock on to take you through the rest of the show. We do have a Mariners homestand coming up here. They return to T-Mobile Park Friday, June 13th to begin a 6-game homestand featuring matchups against the Cleveland Guardians and Boston Red Sox. Fans can look forward to sing-along fireworks nights, African American Heritage Night with a Steelheads cap giveaway, which I saw them show that on the broadcast. It's a pretty sweet hat. And Father's Day socks giveaways. Fans can purchase tickets for all games during that homestand at mariners.com/tickets. All right, coming up next, we are going to hear what Jeff Passan had to say about these Mariners yesterday. We had a lengthy conversation with him, and you'll get to take a listen to that next. You're listening to the Brock and Salk Show on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Bump and Stacy.
Joined right now by Seahawks wide receiver Cooper Kupp, which still feels kind of weird for me to say. Does it feel weird to hear still?
Yeah, I'm getting used to it. How would you describe this group as far as the potential of this squad?
I think the thing that's really cool is we got guys that can do everything. Hey, I can be involved in the run game. I can be involved in the third level of the defense. I can attack. So like, when you have guys that can do everything, makes it really cool to be able to move guys around and be able to say, hey, look, you don't know where it's going to be coming from.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, Mike Salk here. You might be seeing pests, rodents, bugs, etc. around your house this time of year as the sun has come out and those rats can start running rampant around. Well, guess what? Crawl Pros has a full-service pest control division. It's called Pest Pros, and they can help out prevent bug and rodent infestations from reoccurring. It's super important, right? If you see anything like that get into your house during the spring, the rodents are reproducing, so if one or two gets in, that can turn into dozens or a whole lot more, and now you could have damage to insulation insulation, wiring, even structural features. It just gets worse and worse. You might see an increase in bugs, specifically ants, this time of year, as they're just looking for a food supply, but you want them out of your house. So if you're worried about water damage, mold, insulation, critters, issues, anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or Pest Pros. Go to crawlpros.com to schedule a free inspection. That's crawlpros.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Synthetic Turf Northwest is now open in Fife, the South Sound headquarters for premium synthetic turf. They help homeowners with a turnkey solution, DIYers, and contractors and landscapers needing quality products. With premium turf in stock, expert advice, and pro installation services, everything you need is under one roof. Visit their new showroom off I-5 in Fife, Synthetic Turf Northwest. Supplies and installation expertise all in one place. Mention radio for up to $1,000 off. SyntheticTurfNorthwest.com.
Cracked windshields happen, and if your car has a forward-facing camera, it needs to be recalibrated. All-Star Auto Glass is the professional choice for windshield replacement, repair, and recalibration. Call All-Star Auto Glass today.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, HIMS can help. Through HIMS.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Do you know a woman who gives her all to the sports community, encourages diversity, and empowers those around her? Stacey Rost here. Seattle Sports is partnering with the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events. We want to recognize a woman in our community, and we need your help finding her. Nominations for the 4th annual Women of Inspiration Award are open until July 11th. The winner will receive a donation to the cause of their choice. Nominate an inspiring woman today at WOISeattle.org. That's WOISeattle.org.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk
Weekdays 6 to 10.
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, obviously, we got a lot of baseball to talk with Jeff Passan today. But before we do, since, the baseball stuff isn't great right now, Jeff, good morning. We had your good buddy, Greg Bishop, in yesterday for a few hours, and he said you wore a suit to a party? What's the deal there?
What party?
I don't know. He said you wore a suit to a party, and that sort of led to a nickname for the rest of time. And I don't think I can repeat the nickname here on the air.
No, I did. I came to a party after covering a game. I was in a suit.
Oh.
God,
No.
he's such a turd. Just comes in and immediately slanders me. Unbelievable.
Yeah, we asked him some questions yesterday. We were playing a very complicated game called Which is Better. You can probably figure out the rules. And
I think you'll play some like Jalen did that for a season, where you see
That's not the right one. Hold on a second. That's not the right one.
Good job. Good
Oh,
radio.
man. Yeah, that's not
That
the
might have
right
been my fault,
one.
sorry.
Well, we'll get you the right one. Because we asked him, a bunch of Jeff Passan questions, and I don't think they answered. Which is better, Jeff Passan or Bob Nightingale?
Oh, Bob Nightingale's my boy. He used to come to Passan's house and have smoked meat in Phoenix every year when we'd be there for spring training. So, yeah, every time Passan posts something, I'm always like, why'd you have that after Rosenthal? And he's like, I didn't. I'm like, I know, man. This is calm down.
So competitive. So competitive.
Yeah, that's accurate.
That's a way to diffuse this. Nice job. He did also tell us, though, and this was maybe the most disturbing, and then we'll move on. I don't want to spend all day on your personality quirks.
Of course. Crap on Jeff Day.
But
It's funny, last week when we're talking about the Mariners, you sent me a bunch of notes like, hey, we're going to talk about these topics. Today, however, I did not receive any homework
That's not
from
true.
you, and now I know why.
I let you know last night that I had heard about your nickname, which I can't repeat here on the radio, but I let you know that I had heard, so I think you could be, prepared a little bit.
Jeff.
Yeah.
Enough.
Enough, Jeff.
What are we saying? This is now a 29-game stretch where we're 11-18. Is this just the March, April unsustainable, red hot? This is going to level out. This is what we are, who we are. Who are these Mariners on June 10th?
They're the team that at the beginning of the season we thought they were going to be and that they can't hit. If Cal Raleigh is not in this lineup right now, I don't even know what to think they would look like. They would look like the Rockies. That's how bad the offense has been. Over the last dozen games, and I know you guys are talking about a stretch going back 29 games, but I'm going to look at the stretch where they've had multiple losing streaks. The only good things have been the walk-off wins that they had. In that time, over the last 12 games, the Seattle Mariners have 11 home runs, and 7 of them are from Cal Raleigh. Over these last 12 games, here are the RBI leaders for the Mariners. Cal Raleigh, 16. J.P. Crawford and Randy Arozarena are next at 4. Cole Young at 3. Rowdy Tellez and Leody Taveras and Donovan Solano and Dom Canzone at 2, and then a few guys at 1, including Julio Rodriguez. They are striking out more. They are walking less. That Mariners offense that we saw during that period where they, finally came back and took over first place in the American League West, it has disappeared. And it's a bad time, guys, for it to happen, because when you have outings like the one we saw from George Kirby a few days ago, when you're having the starting pitching and the pitching altogether hasn't been great, but it has not been poor. When you have that and you cannot complement it with even a mediocre offense, let alone an average one, like it's just wasteful, and they are in danger of falling behind a concerning number from the team that has owned this division for a decade now.
Yeah, 3 games as of today. They stand behind the Astros. Jeff, you and I kind of were chatting via text before the season began about payroll versus money versus where you're spending the money that you do have. And, this is probably a situation where there's not, there's a spectrum of problems here. So when you're only spending what the Mariners spend, obviously it hurts your ability to make mistakes, et cetera, and you probably have to shop in a different part of the store than if you're spending what the Dodgers or some other teams spend. But we were going through some of these numbers, and credit to our guy Lyle here who had done some of this research. And, you can come up with just over the last 2 years more than $110 million spent on about 5 or 6 WAR, according to Fangraphs, and that is with 3 or 4 guys taking up like most of it, and like 7 or 8 guys actually accounting for negative wins.
Yep.
Why? How does a team that has done so well in the draft, so well in the pitching side of it, so well in the development, especially of their pitching and relievers that they bring in, how do you bring in 7 or 8 guys for close to $80-90 million and actually lose wins with them?
It comes down to this. It's not just that performance is paid for in free agency. I think consistency is what you're paying for. And when you're bringing in guys on 1-year deals or 2-year deals at a max, like, looking at Mitch Garver, for example, he's a guy on a 2-year deal. Mitch Garver had been extraordinarily inconsistent throughout his career. He had shown signs where sometimes he looks like a great player, as he did in his walk year, and some years he just looks completely lost. And the reason that Mitch Garver got 2 years as opposed to 3 or 4, some of the longer-term deals, is because of that lack of consistency. So every time you're signing guys to these short-term deals, they're getting short-term deals for a reason, right? And that reason almost always goes back to they just haven't been able to consistently produce.
So I agree with that, and I understand that. The problem I think you run into is that Rhys Hoskins signed for basically the same deal. He's been pretty good, right? I mean, I know you got to get some of those right. You can't be wrong as often as they have been, even though I understand.
Who have the Mariners signed for more than $12.5 million a year?
I mean, no one. I'm not. The only person they brought back was Mitch Haniger.
Yeah. I suppose that's the point. That Rhys Hoskins was $17 million, included an opt-out after the first year, et cetera, et cetera. Beyond that, if you are a guy who's trying to build value to make another run in free agency, and you're an offensive player, you do not want to go to Seattle.
Jeffrey, can you help me understand this? Pass him with us as he is every Tuesday.
Jeff, hold on. Let me just go back to it for 1 second, and then we can kind of move on. I'm not trying to argue that they shouldn't spend more money. I think the part of the problem is with the money they added up together, with Garver and Polanco making this year $19 million, or almost 20.
Yep.
That's the money that you could have spent on Paul Goldschmidt or on Matt Chapman or on Rhys Hoskins or some of the other names that we've talked about. I think that's sort of the point I'm trying to make. Not that, look, I get it. More money for contracts is going to lead to better players with more consistency and all of the things you just said. I agree with all of it. The problem here isn't just choosing the wrong guys. It's choosing how to spend the money you do have.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. When you have a finite amount of money, though, I think the instinct is more to spread it out because, God forbid, that if you put it all in one place and the guy gets hurt or the guy doesn't perform, you have fewer opportunities to go and get productivity out of players. I don't necessarily agree or disagree with that. I think it's context-based, and it depends on where the holes are in your lineup and how much money you have and what the free agent classes at each of those positions looks like. Like it's always a very fluid thing. And I think if your tack as an executive is to go one way all the time, you're backing yourself into a corner. You're not doing what you should. That being said, I tend to agree with the idea of going in on the bigger guy. And especially if you have a development system the way that the Mariners do, filling in some of those other roster spots from within.
Well, that was going to be kind of my question, and just kind of help me, if you wouldn't mind, understand, because you're going to be so much more well-versed in this league-wide with 30 different teams. The NFL, 32 NFL teams, structures are very similar, Jeff. There's there's a scouting department, a collegiate scouting department, a head of college scouting with all of their scouts. Some have more, some have less, but there's that whole silo. And then there's going to be a whole pro personnel department, a whole different silo that really studies the league and for trades and free agency that lands there. Do most major league teams structure their organization? Because we were saying in the first hour, like the draft, develop, and trade, I mean, these drafts and this development off the charts, farm system off the charts. And that is the foundation in the element of this organization, draft, develop, and trade. That's been a home run. The pro personnel side of it has been, not just the last 2 years, last 3, 4, 5 years have been a challenge. Do teams structure it similarly, or are there different ways that they go about that kind of work?
Every team has its own different stew of what it weights when it comes to the pro side. Some teams are more scouting heavy. Some teams are more analytics heavy. I would say the Mariners probably fall more into the analytics side, into the analytics camp than other organizations do, but they're not extremely so on that side like some organizations. Like the Brewers are almost an entirely model-dependent team. The Mariners, they're not quite there, but they rely heavily on their model, and clearly when a model is working, as it has in drafting, and when certain techniques are working, as they have in player development, you try to spread those out a little bit, right? You try to see what other areas of the organization, the tenets that you use, can be replicated. They have not figured out how to do that on the pro side quite as effectively as they have on the amateur side yet, and that has hindered them.
Why would that be?
I don't have a good answer to that.
There has been. Would you mind digging in? There's been some speculation that maybe post-COVID, some of those resources changed, and they did lean a little more heavily into their, as you said, kind of analytic models. I don't, I'd just be kind of curious if you kind of poke around or probe around to just kind of maybe figure that out for next Tuesday. Like,
I will do that before next week.
Oh, that'd be great,
Look at
Jeffrey.
that.
Thank you.
And on the way, I'll make sure to stop off and solicit interest and attention from baseball fans.
I hear that's a big part of your life. I got to ask you about Cal because he's just, you mentioned it right off the top, he's just been awesome. And I think one of the things that I've loved to see the most is all the stats on what he's done from both sides of the plate, essentially going from being a great left-handed hitter who could hit right-handed to being almost platoon neutral. I mean, how rare is that?
Very rare. You tend to see with switch hitters that there is a strong side and a weaker side. And sometimes you have it where, like with Ozzie Albies, for example, much better contact and consistency on the left side, but a lot of thunder on the right side. And with Cal Raleigh, he just looked like a guy who, I'm not going to say was going to go the route of Cedric Mullins, who was a switch hitter when he came to the big leagues and was so much better from the left side that he just started hitting from the left side. But there was a clear distinction in those two areas for Cal Raleigh, and the fact that he has improved his right-handed swing to the extent that he has is incredibly impressive, among many, many incredibly impressive things he's done. I mean, I don't have to tell you guys this, but we're watching what could and should be an all-time great season from a catcher. It's remarkable what he's done this year. The fact that we are even mentioning Cal Raleigh in the MVP conversation when Aaron Judge is almost hitting 400 at this point, I think is a testament to just how good Cal actually is. Now, I don't think it's much of a conversation. I think Judge is the runaway guy there right now, but that's not an insult to Cal Raleigh. That's more a testament to what Aaron Judge does on a daily basis, which is be an all-time great hitter and the kind of guy who, looks like he could potentially be on the New York Yankees Mount Rushmore, which is a wild thing to say considering the history of that franchise.
You think about writing an article about Cal, or what do you think?
I got to see when the Mariners come into Kansas City.
I think your buddy Greg Bishop might beat you to it. I think he's interested in doing a whole Cal thing, so you might be too late. I don't know.
Well, good for him. But you know what? If he does it, I'll just go and do it better later.
Oh, well said. Hey,
how about a heat check? How about a heat check on Julio? Just a little heat map, just a little heat check for all of this about Cal. You just mentioned there these 12 games, one RBI. I don't think a home run in the 12. Like just kind of a heat check because there's some things he continues to do extraordinarily well. Unfortunately, Taveras had to play, one game in center field, and that was it. DFA'd after the struggles there, and it just shows you how unbelievable Julio is out there. And all the runs saved, 10 runs saved, which is, I think, third best at any position in all of Major League Baseball there defensively. Just kind of a heat check for Jeff Passan on where Julio finds himself.
When it comes to Julio, I am perpetually running into the problem of comparing what he is to what I and plenty of others wanted him to be. We wanted him to be Corbin Carroll, and instead he might just be like a very good player. And there's nothing wrong with what Julio Rodriguez is doing right now. He is an above average hitter. He is a very, very good defensive center fielder.
Had he never signed that deal, Jeff, and I'm sorry to cut you off, had he never signed that mega contract, you think it'd be easier? Do you think it'd be easier to just kind of absorb the journey that he has been on these 3 years?
I don't. I might be different than others, Brock, because I don't look at that contract as like an anchor. I don't view him through the lens of that contract in the same way that, say, I look at Juan Soto. Because I don't think the contract, considering what he had shown, who he was going to be, was ridiculous by any means. And I beyond that, I don't think the Mariners are hamstrung by that contract. If you're paying Julio Rodriguez what you're paying him right now for the level of production he's providing, you're happy with that. Like you're okay. Just take out all of the expectations, take out all of the projections, and just look at raw numbers here. Salary versus wins above replacement. Julio Rodriguez's contract is perfectly good. Yep. It's not one of those where you're like, oh my God, they're squeezing, tens of millions of dollars in marginal value a year out of this. Yep. It's not quite like that, but it's a pretty okay contract. Like you're perfectly happy with it if you're the Mariners. You're not over the moon because he hasn't reached those 70th or 80th or 90th percentile numbers. But you're fine with it. It's certainly not hamstringing the Mariners from doing whatever else they need to.
Well, and looking at some of those numbers, he's probably an all-star this year. Not a starter, but, there's a pretty decent chance he ends up as an all-star, so we'll see where it goes. Just have a couple minutes. I want to ask you about two national things quickly. One, saw the news that Rob Manfred said they're going to try to institute the ABS system for balls and strikes next year. Is that the challenge system that we watched in spring training, or is that robo-umps full-time?
That is the challenge system. They're not going to do full-time robot umps.
And would they have the same number of challenges, which was only 2, and then you could keep getting more if you get it right, or will they have more than that?
I believe that their instinct right now is to go 2, but I think that's all up for negotiation too. You know, when they get together with the competition committee and the players' voices, the players' voices will be heard. Will they be listened to? That I don't know.
If they have any of the players from last night's Mariner game on either side of the plate, I think they will be very strongly considering the need for a challenge system. Some awful calls last night, but it's cool because CB Buckner's got the game behind the plate tonight. Another national sort of bigger picture baseball thing. I keep seeing this. It feels like there's been a change in strategy. Why across the league with in late game situations, tie game, extra innings, that type of stuff, men on first and third, one out. I keep seeing the infield in. I don't get it. Like, to me, why aren't at least the middle infielders at double play depth to get out of the inning with a double play? Why are they're like walking guys to set up a double play and then bringing the infield in?
Yeah, it doesn't make a ton of sense.
Okay.
Well, do the numbers tell you there's more bang bang plays to throw them out at home than there is?
But you're not getting to as
play.
many balls when your infield is in. It's a huge risk to bring the infield in.
I'm going to guess there's reams of data that say.
I would assume, but man, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
I think the score is important there too. Like, are they up a
tie
run
score,
or
extra innings
down a
last
run,
night,
or is it tied?
score.
Yeah,
No,
I mean, I've seen a lot of tie games.
Night.
Yeah, I saw it last night. We saw it last week. We saw it the week before. Both sides. This is not criticizing one manager or another. I've seen it a lot where they're like, all right, tie game. Let's bring man on third. Let's
Less
walk
than 2 outs.
Let's walk the guy and then bring the infield in.
Yeah, it could be something as simple as a hitter and his tendencies, where he tends not to hit the ball up the middle a whole lot. But for that to happen multiple times in a row, that's not all that likely. I'll ask around about that one too.
If you have some time, ask her. I'm just curious whether there's been a change in philosophy. And by the way, keep the guys in the corners in, fine. It just surprises me you wouldn't play the middle infielders at double play depth, and I've seen it all around the league for the last year or two.
Who were the runners too? I think that matters too.
Last night,
how often
there was
do these guys get doubled up.
Josh Naylor last night. I mean, he's not exactly a speed demon.
Josh Naylor can move a little bit.
All right, but he's not. But he's going to ground into double plays.
He is left side though, so he's got a quicker route to first base. I'm just trying to take into account all the little things.
Just do your homework. Just do your homework. Come back to us. Last thing, just total gut instinct here from Writing the Arm, beat a New York Times bestseller. You ever been that, Bishop? A New York Times bestseller that you have been on that book, The Arm. Bryce Miller going back to the IL. Dan Wilson saying the cortisone shot maybe the first time around didn't do its job. If you were to speculate as to what this next step is for Bryce Miller with that bone spur, what do you speculate?
I think it goes rest for longer this time. Try to come back, and if there's any sign that there's discomfort there, it's surgery at that point.
All right. And that is not exactly what you want to hear, but obviously at this point we know that Bryce Miller has had some struggles, and I guess that may be in his future. Tim Booth did a post yesterday on Twitter that Bryce Miller met with Dr. Keith Meister, and he will receive a PRP injection in his elbow. So he'll be shut down for 2 weeks and then could be available to be activated again in 4 to 6 weeks if all goes well. So from what Passan was saying there, it just sounds like maybe they give it another go. And if not, it's time to consider surgery.
Yeah, it seems like the route they're going to go. And this seems to give Bryce a route to still come back this year and to still pitch again this year. And it sounds like if this doesn't work, then he'd probably just get whatever procedure he needs in the offseason to clean up his elbow and should be ready for next year. At least that's how I read it. This doesn't seem like a thing where he'd need to miss a ton of time going into next year. This is a way to try to get him back on the field in 2025. And if it doesn't work, then you just move forward to 2026.
Yeah, I mean, at least it's a bone spur. It's not like he needs Tommy John surgery or something, but it's just disappointing because of the expectations for him this year. I know this is not what he wanted, and, at least the Mariners do have, hopefully, a healthy Logan Gilbert coming back here soon. We are going to turn it over to Brock Heward and Brady Henderson here at the top of the hour. We have Chase Daniel, former NFL quarterback, who now does the football podcast with Diana Rossini on The Athletic. Will be joining us at 9:30. Brady's going to be breaking down everything that happened at Seahawks mandatory minicamp yesterday. And that's all coming up next. You're listening to the Brock and Salk Show on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
In Cal, you're seeing a superstar start to develop. He's starting to get that national recognition. It's always been, when you talk about the Mariners, you'd sort of talk about the rotation as a whole. Sure. Talking about an individual, it's been Julio. And it feels like Cal is starting to move into that spot. Now, here's the thing. Neither, by baseball standards, are being paid as a superstar.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
We at Three Tree Roofing understand that your home is your castle. That's why our certified technicians use state-of-the-art installation methods to deliver the highest warranties available. Check out our hundreds of online reviews and schedule a free estimate to see for yourself. Three Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Overburdened with a bunch of stuff you don't want anymore, but feel bad throwing it away? John here with Happy Hauler, Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We prioritize donating and recycling. We'll help get your items to those in need instead of going to the landfill. At Happy Hauler, we pride ourselves on responsibility, community, and sustainability. We're a family-run small business that provides junk removal, donations, and recycling. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. It's time to reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
Yeah, I have a ton of really memorable customers. So one of my favorite customers I've ever had, he came in and had a really bad experience with several different dealerships. He just lost his husband. His husband left him with a truck, and he was like, I don't need a truck. Like, this is so impractical for me. And it was a really emotional decision for him because it was one of the last things that he had, obviously husbands. We were like, it's no problem. Like, we're going to help you. And we did the process the same way that we always do the process. And we helped him trade in his truck for a beautiful new Rogue. And that was really cool. And he bought his second car from us. And I'm sure when he needs a third car, he'll come back and buy his third car from Nissan too. Afterwards, to thank us, he sent us this beautiful basket of like candies and fruits and stuff.
Making a great day for the people around you is making a great day for yourself. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafy, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. At Pella Windows and Doors, we pride ourselves on delivering top quality windows and doors that enhance the beauty and energy efficiency of your home. Our products are built to last with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. Whether you're looking to upgrade your windows or install new doors, Pella has you covered.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Stop bugging me pest control. This summer, don't let stinging insects ruin your outdoor fun. Wasps, hornets, get rid of those stinging pests. Call Stop Bugging Me Pest Control and leave everything to us.
Summer's here, and seasonal businesses are hiring everything from hiking guides to surf instructors and more. Whether you're hiring for one of these roles or any other role, you need ZipRecruiter to find qualified candidates fast. ZipRecruiter's smart technology gets to work as soon as you post a job, diving in to find great matches and showing you top picks right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/USL to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
Here at Total Wine & More, our amazing selection means you'll always
Love what you find.
Dad, what are you doing here?
Just getting a sneak peek at my Father's Day gifts.
Well, I was thinking of getting you this Barrel Select bourbon.
That's a really nice bottle.
And Total Wine has it at the totally lowest price.
Wow. You always were my favorite.
Thanks, Dad.
Talking to the bourbon, sweetie.
Find what you love what you find. Like the perfect gift for Dad at the perfect price. Only at Total Wine & More.
And drink responsibly. B21.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Get me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hand.
And Brooke Heward. And Brooke Heward.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Well, not entirely on this hump day, on this Wednesday. It is Brock and Salk, but my man, the hit man, Bret Hart, Brady Henderson is in the house. Brady, the stash is heavy this morning. It's a full beard, but I got to say, man, you're going heavy on the stash, huh?
Yeah, do you like that?
I do like it.
Yeah,
I do like it.
Thank you. Well, yeah, the under part is a little grown out, so I wasn't sure how noticeable the stash would be. But
the
thanks for
stash is
noticing.
strong. Maybe it's just my view of it, but that stash is looking strong this morning. Unlike our Seattle Mariners, not so strong. We'll get to that in just a second.
I think
Brady,
he took some heat the last time he was on that show. Who was? I'm trying to remember who was.
Well, it was G.
Lefko?
Scott.
Oh, it was G. Yeah,
G. Scott was not a
took
fan.
some heat for the stash.
Not a fan of your stash?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he could bring it up with my girlfriend Maddie, I'll let her know that you like it.
Does she like it? Does
She
Maddie
likes
like
it, yeah.
Yeah, Maddie does like it. You know what I like, Brady?
What's that?
You know what I really like? I really like coaching. Does that surprise you?
No.
Like, I really freaking love coaching. And even when that alarm goes off at in the early hours of, and I see the sunrise as I'm driving into practice with Titus, I was curious. I didn't know. Am I going to like coaching? Am I going to love coaching? Is coaching just going to be mundane? I got to just tell you, I don't know if this surprises you, but I freaking love it. Freaking love it.
It does not surprise me because I can tell how much when you're on the radio, you like imparting wisdom, all the wisdom you gained from playing football in the NFL for 6 years, whatever it was, all the wisdom you've gained from calling games for however many years it was. I can tell how much you love doing that. So it does not surprise me one bit that you like imparting those wisdom on young football players.
I saw something on my drive home from practice I hadn't seen before. I don't want to be too judgy. I'll get to that in a second. We'll get to the 33 and 33 Mariners in just a second as well. But today, and kind of like what happens on the radio, Brady, or kind of what like happens when you used to work in the studio, in the editor of Seattle Sports, things just pop in my head. So I was teaching my young tight ends today, right? We were doing some agility drills, struggled catching the ball a little bit yesterday. And you know what I said to them? You want to do a little coaching 101?
Yeah.
That just came to my head, and I have no idea where it came from. I looked at the guys. I said, how many of you have bought avocados? Do you know how to buy an avocado? And the look of the high schoolers was just kind of similar to your look, or maybe Lyle's look right now. Lyle, you ever bought an avocado at the store? Have you ever had to buy an avocado?
I'm sure at some point, yeah.
But Lyle, have you ever bought one recently? Do you know how to buy a good avocado?
Don't you just pick one and put it in the bag and put it in your cart?
Nope, because avocados
I
come
just
in really.
feel them. Is there more?
That's
more
exactly
of a
right,
trick than
Maura.
that?
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about. What you just said right there, you've got to feel it. And when you catch football, you've got to feel it. You know what? You don't want a really an avocado that is as hard as a rock. That's not ripe. You're not going to be eating it for a while. You don't want mushy mush. That thing squishes. It's going to be nasty and black inside and almost unedible. You want that nice, perfect, soft touch. And that's how we got to catch a football, as we watch our fingers wrap around the ball. So that was a conversation a little bit earlier this morning. As I then drive home, and I don't, again, Maura, you're a dog owner. Brady, you're not a dog owner on your boat. Can't.
No.
Lyle, you're not a dog owner. So, Maura, you're the only dog owner here. And I really don't want to be too judgy. But I'm driving home through the neighborhood, lots of walkers early in the morning, and I see someone pushing what I thought was a baby stroller. I'm like, wow. That's pretty cool. I've not seen that. That kind of looks like a wagon. And as I drive up, you know what I see? I see a dog inside of this wagon. Is there something called a dog carrier when you push? Or is this just a super soft America?
I mean, I've seen people use strollers or wagons, And it
to
could
push their dogs.
be that it's a very pampered dog, but it could also be that it's an older dog that still likes to get outside and just can't
Again,
walk.
yep, don't want to be too judgy. Don't want to be too judgy. But was just really.
Well, the first time I saw a dog in a stroller, it did throw me off a little.
Yeah, I was like, this is, I don't know if I like this too much. You know what I really don't like? You know what I really don't like, Brady?
What's that?
I really don't like a team losing series after series after series.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Salk missing work today because he's sick.
I don't really like that either, but you know what? Sometimes you can't control that.
Yeah.
He got sick yesterday afternoon. Plenty of heads up. I hope you're feeling better, Salky. Hope you're in tomorrow. But it is, this is tough times right here for your Seattle Mariners. Lyle, you love your numbers. I'm going to give you a number right now. Maybe you saw this last night. Maybe you didn't. Do you know that last night was Dan Wilson's 100th game managing your Seattle Mariners? Did you know that?
I did. I'm curious if what you're going to say next is
know
what
how
I
many-
think I saw.
Brady, do you know how many wins he has in his 100 games that he has managed to this point? Sometimes you can't write this stuff. It writes itself.
I'm going to guess 50. 54.
Say it again.
Even better.
I wasn't going to bring it up. But yes, that happened.
Isn't that truly remarkable?
Wow.
Yeah, 54 games. He's managed 100. And obviously, right now, I'd have to say that this has got to be his toughest stretch yet. I don't think that's, hyperbolic. Like this is, went through a tough losing stretch earlier this year. What was that, 4 games, and didn't lose that 5th and kind of pushed through and persevered and went on the road and had a winning road trip and then came home and struggled. And now we're on the road and we've struggled. And now we're 11-19 over those last 30 games. Right. And just not finding ways. And last night was a toughie for me. Dan talked about it afterwards. Cut number 2 here, because they hit this dude last night.
Mm-hmm.
They got all over this guy, hit after hit after hit, nearly out hit the Diamondbacks, although you lose 10-3, but just not doing any finishing. Like a football team, Brady, that's moving the ball between the 20s and moving the ball and moving the ball and moving the ball, and you can't score touchdowns. Or you snap it over your quarterback's head, or you throw a pick in the red zone, or how maddening it is when you just can't finish. Dan Wilson talking about, lots of hard contact, lots of traffic, but the last 2 nights, it combined 4 for 30 with runners in scoring position. Dan, why?
I mean, it's always frustrating when you do the things right at the plate and you don't get rewarded for it. That's baseball to some degree. Can't control the results. But it seems like it comes at inopportune times, and that's where the frustration comes in.
Yeah.
I'm going to read you a stat, Brock, then I want to ask you a question. So this is something that Tim Booth, our guy Tim Booth, reposted from John Kirschenbaum. The Mariners are the first team since 2023 and just the second team since 2015 to have 3 straight games with 4 runs or fewer on 11 hits or more. The first time in franchise history that's happened. Nobody's had a streak of 4 such games since 1959. So they're getting hits. Is it any less discouraging, any more encouraging that they can snap out of this streak, knowing that they are getting the hits and it's not just like their bats are totally being ineffective and inept?
Yeah, I think that has to be encouraging. Again, just to go back to your comfort zone, sitting in that press box for years and years and years and watching Seahawks teams that can move the ball, right? Truly move the ball between the 20s. That's encouraging. It's not a 3 and out. It's not a punt. You're moving the ball, but you're just not finishing. You're not capitalizing then on those opportunities. And, kudos to Arizona. That Gurriel makes as good a catch in left field as you're ever going to see. Cal Raleigh should have had another 2-run home run, should have taken the lead early multiple times. You got guys on base. You're hitting the ball hard, getting after it, and you just have nothing to show for it. So truly, like this is time. A bunch of our football boys went to Nebraska over the weekend to this farm, and they got to the real life deal, man. They got to brand, they got to castrate, they got to see a working farm. And this is just kind of, cutting time. Like this is where adversity hits. When stuff is happening like that to you, that, we're giving ourselves chances, but we're not finding ways to win. We're losing series after series after series after being on such a hot streak to begin this season. This is where the Julios and the Cals and the Luises and the Dans and everybody is just got to, hey, man, this is it. This is baseball. This is 162 games. You're 66 in. And frankly, kind of like a football coach, I'm kind of excited to see who responds. I really am. These are the times that you look for. Like, hey, man, yeah, it's really hard. It's really tough. Now I'm kind of looking forward to seeing who are the guys that are going to help us respond through some of this adversity.
Yeah, and I'm still trying to gather myself because we got a castration reference from Brock Heward at 7:09 a.m. So, anyways.
Do you want to see the picture?
No.
You don't want to see the picture?
No, that's all right.
No, I could send you the picture. You don't want to see the picture?
I'm going to take, that's what I'm just going to take your word on.
You ever worked on a real-life farm? You ever been on a real-life ranch?
I have not. No.
Yeah?
Well, yeah, I have been. I've never worked on a farm. I've been on a ranch before.
Like a working ranch? You've seen branding? You've seen that stuff going down?
I have not seen any branding. No. No, I have not. Yeah, but
any desire to?
No, I don't think so. I'm more comfortable talking Mariners than I am talking about that kind of stuff.
No, but I know what you're most comfortable talking. You're most comfortable talking football.
Yeah.
And we get a lot of chance to do that today. I'm going to pick your brain. I sent you a bunch of questions last night. I got Blue 88s for you. You were all over mandatory minicamp yesterday. It looked like there was some good stuff going on. It looked like there was even, as guys know, hey, man, the offseason's wrapping up. Just a couple last days. Usually urgency goes up and pace goes up. So can't wait to pick your brain about all that stuff you do know inside and out. He is Brady Henderson. He is in for Salk today. This is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Chance to catch up with Bryce Miller. Appreciated your candor. You were coming out going, man, I haven't felt good. I don't feel good. Was it starting to become a mental thing where you're trying to compensate?
It's a tough game. It's a tough league, whenever you feel good. And you're not always going to feel 100% throughout a season, but it was just, I think I had 8 starts, and all 8, there wasn't a single start where I felt 90%.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and you've heard about my success losing 35 pounds in just 8 weeks with the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan. I know you've heard from Ryan Rowland-Smith as well. Well, now I want you to hear from someone just like you, a Seattle sports listener. Chad, who lives in the South Sound, he joins me now. Chad, how much weight did you lose?
I lost about 20% of my total body weight. I was down 43 pounds from the start of the reduction phase till it ended.
43 pounds. My gosh, how'd that make you feel? Would you recommend it?
Fantastic. Confident, first and foremost, for me. Much more confident, and then also just healthier, just easier to do things around the house, easier to do things at work. I would 100% recommend it. I can promise you'll lose the weight you want to lose.
Well, that's another ringing endorsement for Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Yep, Chad started his journey with just a 15-minute phone call. You can schedule yours today at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Have the same kind of success I did, the same kind of success as Ryan, and the same kind of success as Chad. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Calling all contractors and equipment operators. The James G. Murphy Auction Company rolls out this month one of the biggest heavy equipment auctions of the summer. On the block, find an incredible collection of heavy equipment, contractors' equipment, and vehicles, like a 2004 John Deere 400C rock truck, a 2010 John Deere 450D LC excavator, a 2001 John Deere 650H LT dozer, and a 2014 Kenworth T800. In contractors' equipment, we have attachments, live edge and dimensional lumber, contractor tools, even a wheel wash system, and much more up for bid. Whether you're building roads, moving earth, or running a construction outfit, we got what you need. Bidding starts 10 a.m. June 12th and closes at 10 a.m. June 19th. Preview all items June 17th and 18th from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our location in Marysville, 3803 136th Street Northeast. For pictures and details of all items, visit murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
Take advantage of Lake Washington Windows hot savings, $750 off per window and $1,500 off per door with leak armor installation. And enjoy 12-month same-as-cash financing only through June. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Cracked windshields happen, and if your car has a forward-facing camera, it needs to be recalibrated. All-Star Auto Glass is the professional choice for windshield replacement, repair, and recalibration. Call All-Star Auto Glass today.
Get rid of stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin with ProSculpt, the simple one-day permanent fat reduction and skin tightening treatment. Book your free consultation at prosculpt.com.
Immaculate greens, unrivaled natural beauty, championship caliber conditions. Loomis Trail is the epitome of Northwest golf. With water in play on nearly every hole and tree-lined fairways, Loomis Trail provides a fantastic golf experience for those that want a challenge and those looking for a fun getaway. What round are you up for? Tee times available online at golfloomis.com. Start planning your perfect golf getaway today.
Emerald Queen Casino Event Center presents the main event. Powered by WFC, Saturday night, June 14th. A night of professional boxing where champions are made and every punch counts. Contenders from the region go toe-to-toe, ready to prove they belong at the top. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss Fight Night, June 14th at Emerald Queen Casino, the boxing capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
Synthetic Turf Northwest is now open in Fife, the South Sound headquarters for premium synthetic turf. They help homeowners with a turnkey solution, DIYers, and contractors and landscapers needing quality products. With premium turf in stock, expert advice, and pro installation services, everything you need is under one roof. Visit their new showroom off I-5 in Fife. Synthetic Turf Northwest. Supplies and installation expertise all in one place. Mention radio for up to $1,000 off. SyntheticTurfNorthwest.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
First thing you need to know, you Mariners fans already know, this is a tough stretch the boys find themselves in. Losers of 19 of their last 30, losing series after series and falling, well, to the Diamondbacks last night in a game that just unfortunately got out of hand. Looked like they could make a little comeback. Logan Evans went 5, gave up 4. Down 4-0. Rosarena, Tellez, back-to-back home runs. And then, unfortunately, Trent Thornton just did not have it when he makes his return. So, a struggle. And as we just got done talking about, Brady, these are the times, the opportunities as a coach, as a player, that you got to look in the mirror and pick each other up. Dan Wilson asked about whether or not a change in messaging needs to happen through some of this struggle.
Yeah, I mean, we're all frustrated, no doubt. This is a tough stretch, and tough stretches are frustrating. It's been in baseball a long time that way, and I think we need to, we're going to reassess and look at it. But this is it's been a tough stretch for sure. But this is a team that we know is resilient, and they come back, and they'll continue to do that.
All right, Brock, I'm going to ask you to peer into the future with your Ebenezers and tell me.
Oh, no, these are my real glasses.
Those are the real ones? Okay, put the Ebenezers on because I want you to peer into the future.
All right,
tell me, is this just a tough stretch, as Dan Wilson called it, or is this something that they're going to overcome, or is this the chickens coming home to roost? Is this a sign that what you saw in the first quarter of the season, whatever it was just a house of cards?
I think that is a very, very fair question. It's hard for me to imagine that you're going to stay status quo if you keep playing this way, right? I mean, they like to say, especially the neat thing about the baseball season is you do have a trade deadline. You do kind of have an all-star game and a midway mark here in about a month that really starts the trade discussions, and the team will tell you. And I think some of your veterans, some of the moves you've made, you already see a move last week with Tavares that you let him go after kind of a month trial. the team. Cole Young's going to tell you over the next month, right? I'm seeing some stuff in him that I do like. Your pitching staff, Logan Gilbert. By the way, that was a positive. Here's what you need to know. A real positive of last night is he went down to T-Town and absolutely just threw gas, was humming 5 innings, gave up just 1 hit, no runs, only walked 1, 73 pitches. So I would imagine he's going to be back in the rotation soon. So Brady, to answer that question, the team will tell you, if I had to put my Ebenezer's on, I think the Cals, the Julios, the Randys, the pitching, I think there's too much good stuff there for them to stay in this kind of rut.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Second thing you need to know is Brady's wheelhouse. Before Brady gets to golf and take some time off and vacation and everything else, the NFL calendar really slows for about the only 4 weeks of the entire year. That's coming, but before it does, minicamp is going to wrap up. There was some swearing yesterday.
Yeah,
there was some intensity yesterday. Coach McDonald's kind of got the ball rolling, but I heard a bunch of this from a bunch of different people. Asked about Sam Darnold yesterday. Here was Coach McDonald using the 4-letter word.
Yeah, he's got some stuff to him.
Does he?
Yeah.
Did that surprise you?
No. We went against him. We felt it. Yeah, the thing you love about Sam is he's just a dude, man. He's he's like one of the guys. There's a sense of he's one of the guys, so he's right there with him and all the things, but that's him. But there's some to him. Like he's like, don't mess with him. He's got that edge to him, that competitiveness, and the guys respect that. And he's him. He's not trying to be anybody else, and you got to respect that about him.
Yeah,
he's him.
He's him. Yeah, one part of that response did not surprise me at all because everything I've ever heard about Sam Darnold, my impression of him. Remember that video of him coming back into the locker room after the Vikings won a late season game. What was it, over Green Bay? And the whole locker room erupts in celebration of him. Does not surprise me one bit that Darnold is the kind of guy who really endears himself to teammates. What did surprise me, and that's the reason I asked McDonald that follow-up about whether or not he was surprised, is that Darnold apparently, according to McDonald, has some fire to him, and you just don't really get that impression when you watch Sam Darnold and you hear him talk. You think laid-back Orange County guy with
California
a really
dude, right?
chill voice who just seems kind of easygoing. Sort of hard to picture him being that fiery, kind of competitive guy. But apparently, according to Mike McDonald, who really volunteered that, it wasn't like he was asked that and gave the answer that he thought was the best answer. He really volunteered that Darnold has some competitive fire to him. So I'm maybe I'm just being skeptical. I kind of want to see it before I truly believe it, just because it really runs counter to just what I've watched from afar from Darnold for a few years.
Quickly here, was there a little more intensity and edge? Did you felt that here in mandatory camp as they close the doors?
No, I wouldn't say so. Yeah, really hard to judge. I mean, they do get into some of those periods where they're really trying to simulate game-like situations. And in some cases like that, it does get kind of intense, but I wouldn't say any more than any other year.
All right.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
You know what's funny about Salky?
What's that?
There's a lot of weird, quirky, funny stuff about me. Yours truly, I understand that, especially when I've got to fly the plane. And I say the word castrate in the first 8 minutes. And I'm sure kids driving with their parents are like, what's that word that Mr. Viewer just said? Yeah. So I know there's funny stuff about me. You know what's funny about Salk? He spotted Aaron Rodgers' wedding ring before anybody else.
Wow.
Yeah, so he brought up these rumors. He had seen some things. He says he's never going to talk about A-Rod, and guess what happens? We talk about A-Rod. Maura, can you fire this cut up? Because yesterday, Aaron Rodgers, mandatory camp. Yesterday, Aaron Rodgers speaking to the local press there in Pittsburgh for the first time. Had one of those little black rubbery bands on his wedding finger when asked about it. Salky saw it before anybody else. Here's Aaron Rodgers.
Left ring finger, is that an Oura ring or anything else? That wedding ring? Anything?
Yeah, it's a wedding ring.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
How long ago?
It's been a couple months.
A few more here. A few more.
Yeah, that must be Pittsburgh's version of Dave Pearson trying to wrap things up. No.
Yeah.
No.
Anybody? Lyle, you're an intrepid social media guy. Maura? I'm usually the wedding guy, the married guy. Do we know who he's married to?
I asked Maura at the 6 a.m. hour. Are we sure it's not Blue of Earth?
It's not blue averse.
We tried to look this up when Salk saw the only thing that people knew was that when he went on McAfee's show, he said he had a new girlfriend named Brittany with an I at the end. That's all we know.
Well, didn't at his MVP acceptance speech a couple years ago say that he was engaged?
Wasn't that Shailene Woodley?
Oh, yeah, that's right. And they broke up.
Yeah, they broke up. And Danica broke up. He was emotionally abusive to Danica. It was hard.
I was going to say, Shailene Woodley has not exactly had great reviews of him either.
No.
If you've seen anything she said in the last couple of years.
No.
My buddy Rob Domofsky.
That's what you need.
Yeah, who covers the Packers for ESPN, tells a great story about a really awkward encounter he had with Olivia Munn, one of Rodgers' ex-girlfriends, in an elevator at Lambeau Field way back in the day. He had apparently written something where he wondered about whether or not, Rodgers was going through a slump, and he wondered about whether or not, there was something going on in the personal life. And it wasn't him pulling it out of his rear end. It was him quoting like a personnel guy saying that when players struggle, one of the first things you wonder about is everything going on in their personal, what's going on in their personal life. And apparently Olivia Munn just kind of ripped him, and then he had an awkward encounter with her in the elevator.
Well, that is everything you need to know and more.
And some things you did not need to know.
I wondered or not. That really could sum up this next segment. You were just a perfect lead into that, Brady, without even knowing it. I wonder, is this real or not? When you've been sentelled the way that I have been sentelled in my life, Brady, you just kind of wonder sometimes, is this real or not? And yesterday, just doing some prep for the show, I'm really worried about whether or not I'm going to figure out what is real or what is fake as we move ahead. We'll try to dig into some of that sound, a little Blue 88. Brady in, a lot more football coming your way right here on Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Bump and Stacy.
Joined right now by Seahawks wide receiver Cooper Kupp, which still feels kind of weird for me to say. Does it feel weird to hear still?
Yeah, I'm getting used to it. How would you describe this group as far as the potential of this squad?
I think the thing that's really cool is we got guys that can do everything. Hey, I can be involved in the run game. I can be involved in the third level of the defense. I can attack. So when you have guys that can do everything, makes it really cool to be able to move guys around and be able to say, hey, look, you don't know where it's going to be coming from.
Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and great news. This August, luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Yes, the hotel is finally opening. You can book now for an unforgettable summer experience at snocasino.com. Breathtaking views of the Cascades in Snoqualmie Valley, an expanded non-smoking gaming floor, awesome destination spa, a 2,000-seat entertainment space and convention center, and yes, new food venues, restaurants as well. You can book at snocasino.com. Seattle's closest. It's now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Do you know a woman that gives her all to the sports community, encourages diversity, and empowers those around her? Maura Dooley here. Seattle Sports is partnering with the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events. We want to recognize a woman in our community, and we need your help finding her. Nominations for the 4th Annual Women of Inspiration Award are open until July 11th. The winner will receive a donation to the cause of their choice. Nominate an inspiring woman at woiseattle.org.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen. And PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
About a half hour from now, we'll get to little Cal Raleigh. Curious if he has made his star factor, his stardom. His first half here has hit Brady Henderson's TV in his little boat there. We'll get to that in about a half an hour. Blue 88, I got 3 good football questions that I will fire Brady's way. But yesterday, again, just kind of doing some prep when Salky texted us and said, unfortunately, not feeling well. And a little bug's been going around the building there a bit, Brady. Just figured, well, I better do a little more digging, better make Maura's life that much worse. I think when that text comes from Salk, not only does Maura feel bad for Salk, she knows immediately, like, oh, crap. Here it comes. Here comes the bombardment of a million things that Brock's going to ask me to do.
Brock goes into hyperdrive.
Yes, can you find this? You know, it's like the backup QB, Brady. Like Peyton goes down, and I actually get to start a game. You know, Hasselbeck goes down, I actually get to play. Those things that really never happen. But when Salk goes out, I do bombard Miss Moore, and I said to her and to Lyle yesterday, some of these, like, they got me. Like, is this real or is this AI? Now, some of it gets to be a little fairly obvious, but there are a few things I'm like, I don't even know, is this real or is this AI? Is Coach McDonald dropping, like Sam's got some bleep to him, some of the other things? So we're going to play a little game, Brady. I don't think you're privy to some of the sound. Some of it I'm not as well. Is this real or is this AI. And Miss Mora is at the controls. Go ahead, Mora.
All right. First up, we have Kelsey Plum pretty upset over what she says is constant fouling.
I mean, and I needed to make more shots like late game, but I mean, they're fouling the out of me every single play. Yeah. So I'm very frustrated with that, and I'm sick of it. I don't know what I need to do. I talk to the refs nice. I pray before the game. Like, I'm over it.
Boy, that's a good one. Now, I would like to think that I have a good BS meter as a reporter, and I'm trying to. Now, I've seen enough of these AI videos, and typically you don't hear background noise, and you don't hear like reporters sort of in the background reacting.
Around.
So I'm gonna say it as fake as it sounds like content wise. I'm gonna say that one's actually real.
You got it. You got it, Brady. Way to go.
Thank you.
You're going to be really, I think, a hard one to stump here, but that's okay. I mean, if you nail all these, you nail all these. But, yeah, Kelsey, very frustrated, very, very frustrated. She's got scratches on her face, scratches on her arm. She's getting the Caitlin Clark treatment as she's just getting hammered out there. And she's had enough of it. She's just had enough of it. So that's Miss Plum. All right. 1 for 1, Brady. 1 for 1. What do we got next, Miss Mora?
All right, next up, Mike Tomlin talking to reporters about the signing of Aaron Rodgers.
Well, Princess finally signed. Jesus, too old for this. It's like I'm a college coach recruiting a 17-year-old with a God complex. I've clearly lost my mind. Signing a declining DK to a $50 million deal, then doubling down on what the by installing a geriatric quarterback. Reading Jane Eyre is more thrilling than watching an Arthur Smith offense, and that book sucks.
What do you think, real?
Well, what Jane Eyre books are you talking about?
Real or AI?
Yeah, I mean, as real as the voice sound. I mean, this AI stuff is crazy because that really does sound like Mike Tomlin. There's obviously no way Mike Tomlin is saying that, so that one's clearly fake. As good as the voice is.
All right.
I wasn't sure how this segment was going to go. Brock didn't remember, but he actually tried this segment once before when Justin was still on the show.
Did I really?
It was so great that he thought he invented it again yesterday.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, but we got new stuff.
And I swear I think it might have been Brady then, too.
Was it really? We'll and he sniffs it all out. Oh, that's good.
See if it comes back to you.
All right, here we go. Give me another one. Fire away. Fire away.
All right. This is Miami Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniels talking about whether he's surprised it's taken so long for anything to happen with Jalen Ramsey.
Surprised it's taken this long to find a resolution with the team.
I don't personally, and I would lump you into this with me. I don't give about what I feel. I'm not. I don't even really go down that road of how do I feel about it. My job is to react and control my controllables and make sure that people are moving in one direction appropriately.
That's real. Yeah, everything about the kind of the cadence to the way that Mike McDaniel speaks and kind of the weird kind of tangents that he lets his brain go on.
Brock, I told you this wasn't going to be hard for Brady.
That one's
That's
real.
good. That's okay. Brady's great. He's like, when we used to give away the Madden games. Sometimes you get a caller that just nails it. He gets every one of them.
Well, except for when they're a kid who Brock has no mercy for.
That's right.
Did you think that one was fake, Brock?
10 seconds in, I thought that's totally fake. That's really good, though. I'm like, this AI is getting really good.
It is scary good.
I don't give a bleep about my feelings. I honestly was like, oh, that's funny. Here comes some more bombardment of swear words, but he cut him off right there. I think had he continued to swear, I don't know if you get that one right.
No. I did watch him on Hard Knocks. I've seen enough clips of him to know that he is unlike any other. He is the least sort of head coach in the sense of like.
Is he the head coach of the Miami Dolphins next year?
Ooh.
2026 is Mike McDaniel the head coach of the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah, but I don't say that super confidently.
This is make or break for him. Big time. Him and Tua gotta, I think, do it this year or that show will end. All right, Brady's 3 for 3. He might be a perfecto here. We'll see.
All right, next up, Rams coach Sean McVay tells reporters that he pranked Jared Verse by making him think Aaron Donald was going to walk into their meeting room. And I guess they have had some kind of workout bet going on with each other.
Oh, yeah.
I got Jared pretty good last week where I faked like Aaron was here. So I said, how many guys have seen, what's going on between Jared and Aaron? A lot of guys raised their hand. I said, everybody welcome Aaron Donald. In Verse, he sits like in the front left. He looked like he was going to himself, So it was great.
That's real.
Yep.
That's real.
You're helping me. See, Maura thinks this bad segment. I like it. I've learned something. Because now I know if there is some crowd interaction.
Yeah.
AI hasn't figured that out yet.
Right.
Yeah.
But they will eventually. But for now, that's the tell.
It's like when I do Madden today. I got a little Madden taping after the show today, Brady. As a producer always says, you got to do some things that AI can't do, right? Some emotions, some feelings, some lie. Like they can get my voice. They got my voice. He actually played some of my stuff from AI, and it is scary because that's my voice. But you got to do a little. You gotta have that interaction. Me and Kate got to do something, interaction wise. That I can't quite capture yet, but that's coming. That is coming. All right, you're 4 for 4. 4 for 4.
We are 3 for 3 with NFL coaches saying shh in their press conferences yesterday.
Yeah, it's going around apparently.
All right, final one. This is the one Lyle found. This one. Cal Raleigh talking about his success this season.
They call me the big dumper because I dump bombs. I have more big fat blasts than that mouth breathing Aaron Judge, even though he plays in a McDonald's ball pit in the Bronx. If I played my home games at a ballpark the size of a be batting a lot more than 400. I'm currently on pace to author just the 4th 8-WAR season by a catcher in MLB history. Anyway, my name is Cal Raleigh. My favorite color is blue. Seattle isn't in Canada. And
Okay, well, you ended with a softball there.
I'm realizing that Brock just wants to do this because he thinks the fakes are hilarious. Look at him.
Yeah.
He's dying.
That Cal Raleigh clip has over 500,000 views on Instagram. And I got to tell you, there was a lot that I had to cut out of that one. Because there's a lot more in there.
Brock is dying.
Yeah, that one is clearly fake. Obviously, just what he's saying. But if you listen, it seems like the AI hasn't mastered the inflection, variation.
I would say, yeah, Tomlin sounded a lot better. Cal didn't sound exactly like himself.
Yeah.
No. Oh goodness.
So there you go. Those are the tells. It's the inflection and the crowd noise.
Wow, Brady, thank you. Because I don't know if you caught it. 3 weeks ago, I was sentelled.
Yeah.
And I honestly, in Lyle's year here, I think it's his favorite moment on the show when I got NBA sentelled. And that's going to help me as I start to, do my prep and watch because the AI thing is getting better and better and better and better. But it hasn't figured it all out. So way to go, Brady. If I had do you want a Madden game? I've got an extra. Do you want a Madden game?
Yeah, I'll take it. I don't play it, but
play Madden?
Maybe I'll get into it.
Very good. He is Brady Henderson. By the way, your Seattle Mariners, Blue 88 here in just a second. Your Seattle Mariners will wrap it up with the Diamondbacks, a little early game today, and then they return home to T-Mobile Park this Friday, June 13th, to begin a 6-game homestand featuring matchups against Cleveland Guardians. Boston Red Sox come to town. Fans can look forward to Sing-Along Fireworks Night, one of Brady's favorite, African-American Heritage Night with a Steelheads cap giveaway, Salk's favorite, and Father's Day socks giveaways. Father's Day socks giveaways. That's pretty cool. Fans can purchase tickets for all these games during the homestand at mariners.com/tickets. That's mariners.com/tickets. All right, Brady, I'm going to give you an extra minute of Blue 88. I'm going to be kind. We're going to get to it a minute early here. 3 good football questions, not for me, but 3 for Brady that only Brady can answer the way he answers.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
More on Lyle because the trash master is out today. I don't think we're going to do trash takes. And I maybe could have got you. I'm sure you saw it going around everywhere yesterday with the Cincinnati Bengals first-round pick, Shamar Stewart. I think maybe AI or real. I could have got you because what came out of his mouth was utterly fascinating from a rookie that's never played one snap in the NFL. But he's holding out And he's pointing his finger at the Cincinnati Bengals front office and ownership very clearly. One of their other draft picks is as well, saying they're asking for language that they've never asked for before. Well, he didn't really say that. If he would have said that, I think he maybe would have got a little more sentiment. He didn't say it quite like that. But A, Brady, do you have any idea what's going on there? And then B, does that have anything to do at all with the Seahawks' 2 second-round picks that still remained unsigned in Emanwari and Arroyo?
Yeah, different situations. I think the common link between the two is that this is both about guaranteed money. So from what I understand, the situation with Shamar Stewart in Cincinnati is that he has not signed his contract because, as he has said, the Bengals are trying to introduce some language into the contract that would allow the team to void future guarantees. And apparently that's not something they did with either of their, last couple first-round picks, guys that were drafted behind where Shamar Stewart was drafted. So, these guys were drafted in the 20s. And his point is, look, if you weren't going to do that, if you weren't going to insist on that with guys drafted later than I was drafted, why would I be the guy to have to, kind of break this precedent in a negative way for players and their agents.
Right?
Yeah.
And am I right that first rounders, all of their money over their 4 years is guaranteed?
That's correct. That's correct. And that is sort of the tie-in to the next question about Nick Emanwari and Elijah Arroyo. So Nick Emanwari was the 35th pick in the draft, right? Pick number 34. Your guy, Jaden Higgins, the receiver from Iowa State, got a fully guaranteed contract from the Texans. It was the first time that a second-round pick has had his contract fully guaranteed. So typically, if you go back and look at last year's number 34 overall pick, Ladd McConkey from the Chargers, he got it was probably about 90-something percent, 91, 92, we'll call it, percent of the contract guaranteed. So it was that extra, $700,000-$800,000 in the final year of the deal that is not guaranteed. So really, you're not talking about a whole lot of money. You're talking about less than $1 million in money that is not guaranteed versus guaranteed. But what you're really talking about is precedent. And agents love to be the ones that get a team to break precedent. Teams hate to be the ones to break that precedent. And so that's what you're haggling over right now. And I imagine that is what's happening with Nick Emanwari and the Seahawks, because Emanwari was drafted one spot behind Jaden Higgins. Little less cut and dried in terms of what's happening with Arroyo, but I imagine that if you're Arroyo, you want to see kind of how that first-round pick or how that second-round pick by Seattle, what happens there before you're proceeding, because, it's all about what did guys before you get, how much of the contract did they get guaranteed?
So how do you think this ultimately plays out? You think Nick Emanwari, who, by the way, unlike the Bengals first rounder, has taken part in everything, right? They sign a waiver if they were to get hurt, obviously, so they signed that waiver. But he has not missed an OTA. He's not missed a practice. He's not missed anything over this. Ultimately, do you think this gets done before day one of training camp?
Yeah, I do. I think there's enough of a relationship between the agent and the team, and I also think that Cleveland, who picked a player at 36. I think it was Quinshon Judkins, the running back from Ohio State. If they get that deal done and they give him a certain percentage of the contract fully guaranteed, well, that may sort of box in the Seahawks, and the decision may sort of be made to some degree for them at that point. So I don't think this gets to a situation where he misses time in in training camp. It wouldn't be the first time that's happened. Devin Witherspoon missed a couple days over kind of a different kind of contract dispute a couple years ago, but ultimately I would guess that this gets done before the start of training camp, and if not, it's maybe a day or two, and then every side comes to their senses and they get the deal done.
All right, question 2. As I mentioned, Brady, the NFL will largely, some teams will end next week and not cancel practices. By all accounts, it looks like the vets will be done today. Maybe the rookies hang around next week. But the vacation time for the front office, for the guys, is really the next 4 weeks before training camp. The Seahawks have an extraordinary amount of salary cap space for them, more than they've ever had at this time in mid-June. Do you anticipate them spending some of that cap space on some of their own guys before training camp begins?
I do. Well, whether it's before training camp begins or, and during that first week of training camp. Yeah, that's when you typically see them extend their own guys who are already under contract. Michael Dixon was different case. I think that was maybe a case of, look, you saw some other punter deals get done, so the market was pretty well established. And so I think both sides realized there probably was no real need to drag that out because you know what you're going to owe Michael Dixon. If you want to make him the highest paid punter in the NFL, you know what he's going to cost. I think you're going to see at least one deal get done in that usual time frame of either right before the start of training camp or a day or two into it. And Charles Cross is the most obvious guy. I think you could look at a lot of those guys and, for as many of those guys as, let's say, a year or two ago, you would have thought that, okay, guys from that 2022 draft class, a number of those guys could get extensions. It's a little, I don't know, it's a little less clear at this point, but I think the clear-cut guy,
Mafe, Ken Walker,
I don't see it with I don't see them extending Walker, Woolen, maybe Mafe. I think with Abe Lucas, you probably want to wait to see how the knee holds up. But the obvious one is Charles Cross. He was the first-round pick. He's played at a borderline Pro Bowl level, and this organization has talked about, hey, maybe in retrospect, they haven't done a good enough job of retaining the good offensive linemen that they have had, and that is maybe a part of the reason why their offensive line has, to some degree, underperformed over the last few seasons. And so there's no way they let Charles Cross leave. I think they get that deal done. Here's another interesting name for you, Brock Heward. Not a player. How about the general manager? I could see the general manager getting an extension from the team. I have not heard this from the Seahawks. This is not me reporting this. This is just my own kind of speculation on the subject, just based on the fact that he's kind of late enough into his last contract that, I could see them wanting to lock him up. So that's another deal I could see get done before the start of the season.
Keep an eye on that. Question 3. The J&J boys, I'm going to call them the J&J boys. Jair Alexander, Jalen Ramsey, 2 corners, a position of need. Brady, we've played your sound. We've talked to you about Shaq Griffin. We've talked to you about Rasul Douglas. These are 2 other names. Jair let go by the Packers. Jalen Ramsey, been a lot of smoke down there in Miami. Do you see either of those guys as Seattle Seahawk here over the next 4 to 5 to 6 weeks in the camp?
I don't. And again, that's just my read on the situation. I don't see that. And I'm going to give you a reason, Brock. You saw the same sign that I did when you were covering the draft down there at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. You walking up from the first floor to the second floor where all the team meetings are. What did that sign on the wall say? It was 3 words. Same word 3 times. Team, team, team. Okay?
Team!
The team, the team, the team, written in big block letters. That is really the kind of culture that they are trying to establish under Mike Macdonald. It's all about the team. They're really trying to get away from the individualism that Pete Carroll, I think, to some degree, welcomed over the years, right? Where he wanted players to be themselves. The downside of that was, players kind of sometimes acted in their own best interest, and you're really seeing them get away from that. You're really seeing them get away from some of the drama that they had even last offseason with, some of the Geno Smith contract stuff. They are really trying to avoid drama. I think they're very happy being drama-free. And when you look at some of these guys we're talking about here, Jair Alexander, Jalen Ramsey, as great of players as they have been, there's been some drama there. And those guys have been kind of high maintenance. And so I just don't see that, in addition to the 20-something million dollars that Jalen Ramsey is still owed, and that would be one hurdle you would have to overcome. Yep. And then you'd also have to overcome the idea that these guys maybe bring a little bit more drama than they are willing to deal with right now.
Noise, as old Colin Cowherd liked to say. Just kind of noisy guys. And you're right, Pete did not mind a little noise around the program. That is Blue 88. Is it called Statute of Limitations? Statute of Limitations, is that right? Or,
yeah.
Yep. So I think that
not the
has
statute
passed.
Of limitations.
No,
the statute.
Statute of limitations. I think it's passed. It's been, let's see, that was 2004. It's been over 20 years. So I can quickly share this story with you. I think maybe you've heard this before, but I was negotiating. I finished my 5th year with the Colts. They were going to kind of terminate my deal. It was like a 3-year deal that was really structured to end after 2. Because there was a big balloon payment, not going to get that. So they were letting me go. It was the first time I got a letter, from the team. We're terminating your deal. It was kind of a hard one to absorb. So then became kind of a free agent. And actually, the Colts were like, yeah, we could come back on a 1-year deal. Marvin Demoff was my agent and had negotiated a 1-year deal, fully guaranteed. So when you talk about these full guarantees, that has gone back 20-some years. The ability to guarantee those deals, 50% of it, 25% of it, here's a signing bonus. But they were willing to guarantee my deal. And I said, great. Now, I'd really like to go back to Seattle. And there was a bit of a need there, and Coach Holmgren was there, and Jim Zoran was there, and great people were there. And I wanted to kind of go back home. Matt Hasselbeck was there in 2004. You remember they made the playoffs and everything else. So things were starting to turn. The Super Bowl the next year. And I was like, yeah, I'd really like to go back there. So Marvin, reached out, and Mike was not the full decision maker. Coach Holmgren at that point. There was another GM that had more authority, or there was a fight for authority, and that GM was not willing to guarantee that deal, not even a third of the deal. And I was like, well, this is a bummer. And I was sitting outside the Bally's there in Bridal Trails. I think it's been torn down, getting ready to work out. And I chatted with Marvin. I'm like, well, what are we going to do? And he's like, well, what do you want to do? And I'm like, I really want the fully guaranteed deal. I kind of knew my health situation and my back. That's a fully guaranteed, and they're a really good team. So, I'd love to play for Seattle if it was equal, but it's not. And then I get a phone call, and it was Coach Holmgren. And he's like, what's the deal? Why aren't you signed? And I'm like, well, what's the deal? And he's like, well, what do you mean, what's the deal? Like, you want to be a Seahawk or not? I'm like, of course I want to be, I'd love to be back here. I've had Marvin communicate that with you, but Indy is fully guaranteeing my contract, and that's all I want, or even 2/3 of it. Well, why do you need those guarantees? He's just kind of getting on me a little bit. And I'm like, hey, Mike, I'm not the agent, but that's what I got, and we finished the call, and I'm kind of a little bit ticked off. Like, hey, Marvin, why do I have to make that call? Like, you're the agent. I shouldn't have to do that. So I go in. I had one of the best workouts of my life. Just a sweaty mess. I don't even bring my phone in. I'm just like, freaking Ivan Drago running around, just crazy, right? Come back to my car, look at my phone, got a message from Marvin. He's like, call me. I'm like, okay, what's this? I call him. He's like, well done. I was like, what do you mean? He's like, fully guaranteed deal. In Indy? No, in Seattle. I was like, what? In Seattle? He's like, yeah, I don't know what you said, but, you got your deal. So if you want to, sign it, you got to go sign it and get it done. And so there you go, man. Sometimes how those deals kind of shake themselves out, how they work themselves out. 20 years, a statute has passed, and I think was able to finally share that fun story.
Well, that's a great look at kind of behind the scenes of how the agent team, contract negotiations often go. I wonder now, did you then tell Marvin and say, hey, Marvin, that 3% that you typically get owed? Yeah, we're going to drop that down to 1% right now, because I basically did your job 1%. For you.
That's exactly right. Well, another guy that got signed and got a little bit more money than that league minimum guarantee I got back, he got a whole lot more than that, and he is earning every dime of it. Continues to put on a show. We'll talk about him next. Brady's in for Salk. It's Brock and Salk right here on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Chance to catch up with Bryce Miller. Appreciated your candor. You were coming out going, man, I haven't felt good. I don't feel good. Was it starting to become a mental thing where you're trying to compensate?
It's a tough game. It's a tough league, whenever you feel good. And you're not always going to feel 100% throughout a season, but it was just, I think I had 8 starts, and all 8, there wasn't a single start where I felt 90%.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy, inviting you to come work with IRG. And Shannon, what kind of staff are you looking for at IRG?
Brock, we're looking for all kinds of clinical staff, physical therapists, occupational therapists, athletic trainers, certified occupational therapy technicians, physical therapy assistants, you name it on the clinical side. We are looking for those folks. But we are really looking for folks that want to come to an organization that want to be part of our culture and change the culture and work with us to provide the best care and service we can to our patients, our team, and our community. So those clinical people out there, we're looking for you. We also provide advanced certification. We want to provide you mentorship. We want you to grow personally and professionally here at IRG.
And with over 40 clinics throughout the Pacific Northwest, you've got the opportunity to work in the city you want. Just head over to irgpt.com/careers. That's irgpt.com/careers.
Get 0% financing for 72 months on Cat compact construction equipment at NC Machinery. Built for performance, durability, and comfort. Buy now and take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months at NC Machinery.
Smoked paprika in your go-to goulash? That's go-go goulash. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway, an alternate route that'll help manage congestion and provide better access to SeaTac. Open soon, free through summer.
When you have really good leaders, it makes it easy.
Gia arrived at Lee Johnson after 10 years at another dealership.
You know your job, but then you have people who you can rely on to help you with the big stuff that you need that support from. And I've gotten that every day with my service manager, with our assistant service manager, with even like our GM and our GSM. The way that, we're now on the showroom together, we are so close-knit just as a department. My service manager here, he's always open to teach you whatever you want to know. He just wants everybody to do good around him, and if somebody wants to learn something, I'm here to do it. And I've never had a service manager like that before. They're really good at promoting from within. That's one thing that I've learned from working here. Is I see people start out as a lot porter, and people work their way all the way up to being a general manager.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Business leaders know to solve a problem, you gotta look at it in a new way. Like travel between Seattle and Portland. Why is it such a pain? I-5 traffic, TSA slowdowns, SeaTac hassles. Seaport removes those pain points. We fly out of Boeing Field and a private terminal at PDX. You park for free, steps away from your plane. And with flights every 45 minutes, you're always home for dinner. Problem solved. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just getting Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
About a half hour from now, I've got a Blue 88 was great. I'm going to zing Brady with about 6 or 7 or 8 real specific OTA and minicamp questions. And what his eyes have seen is he's been out there covering the team, and you all love Brady. I was just looking at our YouTube site, Brady. Every once in a while, I'll kind of check there, and you get to see kind of what people are tuned into and what they view. And And when you were on with Salky last Friday for Blue 88 and jumped in for an hour in my absence, you just crushed it, man. People love your content. You find him on ESPN, all over Twitter. He does an awesome job. So I'll zing you with a bunch of real specific minicamp questions. But before we do, maybe the last baseball of the day, because Chase Daniel is going to make his Virgin appearance with us at 9:30, which will be super fun. The former NFL quarterback. Talk these QBs and Sam Darnold. So kind of last chance to talk a little Mariners baseball here. They will play a matinee, hopefully find a way to salvage one win before they come home. But I'm kind of curious, Brady, as you know, you're not the biggest baseball buff out there, especially working as hard as you do covering football. I'm kind of curious if the Cal Raleigh phenomenon has hit the boat yet. Is his kind of star power and what he's done, has it started to resonate at all in your circles?
Yeah, I would say that MLB news kind of travels slowly to the boat, for various reasons. But yes, yeah, I mean, I see he's doing the Shannon show. When you have your own show as a professional athlete, I think that is a sign that you are doing some pretty big things. I saw the stat, I was out on the boat with my buddy Pat the other day, my buddy Poop Dog, and we're waiting on
Poop
some
Dog?
food. Yep, Poop Dog. You remember Poop Dog. And I pull up a tweet. I'm checking Twitter because that's what you do when you're a reporter. You just want to make sure you're not missing anything. And I saw a stat about the fastest players in MLB history to whatever it was, 25 home runs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he was the fourth or fifth fastest, whatever that stat was.
Yep.
In terms of how many games into the season he reached that milestone. And so, is a guy who just, I've sort of drifted away from baseball for various reasons. One being that my job is to cover the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
He is kind of the one breakthrough guy who really has caught my attention. And, as a non-real baseball guy, I was sitting there with my buddy remarking at, gosh, he's in some pretty big company here in terms of how fast he's gotten to 25.
Those names you looked at, like Griffey, my goodness, these are Hall of Famers. These are some of the best to play the game. And speaking of
some
which,
steroid era guys too.
That's right. And speaking of which, the best in the game right now is this guy in New York, Aaron Judge, who's doing Barry Bonds' superhuman things. And Jeff Passan joined us yesterday. And the mere fact that Cal is legitimately in the conversation with that guy in New York is one heck of a testament to what our catcher's done. Here was Passan with us yesterday.
I don't have to tell you guys this, but we're watching what could and should be an all-time great season from a catcher. It's remarkable what he's done this year. The fact that we are even mentioning Cal Raleigh in the MVP conversation when Aaron Judge is almost hitting 400 at this point, I think is a testament to just how good Cal actually is. Now, I don't think it's much of a conversation. I think Judge is the runaway guy there right now, but that's not an insult to Cal Raleigh. That's more a testament to what Aaron Judge does on a daily basis.
And you know this too, Brady, before you joined ESPN and you worked with us, right, in that backup studio and now office and everything else that, when you were an editor and a writer at Seattle Sports, you knew stars move the needle, right? You need stars to move the needle. You want headlines, you want people to get views, you want people to read, you want people to subscribe.
Yep.
You need to give them a reason. And my goodness gracious, yes, the Mariners are in a little bit of a funk. Yes, it has been a tough month. Yes, there are some struggles. And yes, the offseason, as Lyle will attest, was not great. And the return on investment and some millions of dollars has not been great. But signing that guy and giving him the extension in spring training the way they did, and then for him, Brady, to go out and earn and more than earn every single dollar of it this season and truly become one of the stars. I mean, is it going to surprise you if Cal Raleigh becomes one of the biggest stars in the city of Seattle? Would that surprise you?
No. I mean, I'm probably not the best person to ask that question to, but let me ask you this, Brock. Who's the Seahawks equivalent of Cal Raleigh right now? Who is the guy who has that level of star power, that level of production? Is there anybody on that team right now that has been – obviously you got some emerging young players like Jackson Smith and Jigba. Sure. Have any of them done it to the degree, at the length that Cal Raleigh has done it?
You know what's funny is just thinking about that. It's a three-letter word, Cal. I think it's a three-letter word, Sam. I think Sam Darnold would be the one who got, a big payday. Now, he was a first-round pick. Cal was a 90th pick for, varying different reasons. So he was a third rounder. So he wasn't, a top 10, top 5 guy coming out like Sam Darnold was. But personality-wise, I think everything we heard from Mike McDonald, and we'll play more of that here in Need to Know, I think that's Cal. Like, dude's got some bleep to him. Like, dude is tough, but yet he's totally one of the guys. And what Cal has done this year is what you're hoping Sam will do. Cal's hit back-to-back 30 home run years. That never been done by a catcher in Mariners history. Last year, Sam Darnold, did things that he had never done in his career, right? Over 4,000 yards and almost 40 touchdowns and like a legitimate dude in the NFL last year. Cal took those steps the last couple of years and then has just exploded this season. I think both personality, 3-letter name, just kind of the stuff to him, the everyman, but it's got some legitimate ability. I would hope that Sam Darnold would kind of be the Cal Raleigh. That makes sense?
Yeah. And with Cal, is there kind of a confidence that just with the personality, he seems to me from afar, and again, how athletes are from afar is not always how they are in real life. So I preface that with that caveat. But just based on what we think we know about Cal and some of the down-to-earth personality that he seems like he has, is there a confidence, maybe more confidence, that he's not going to let the success get to his head and that he's not going to what did KJ Wright call it? Eat the big meal. Like we see some other players who have success early in their careers do, and then they aren't able to sustain it.
Yeah, 100,000%. And I think just the very nature of that position where you just get beat up and it is hard and it is humbling and it is a grind. Yeah, I don't think I've found many, Lyle, have there been many obnoxious diva catchers over the last 25 years of baseball that you have watched? I mean, it's just, that position just breeds the opposite of that in so many different ways. So, he's a super humble dude, but he's got some stuff. And Sam Darnold, super humble dude, he's got some stuff. And you'll hear those quotes from the head coach and that much more as we give you everything you need to know. And then if you're kind of anxious, and what's Cooper Kupp really look like? What's this receiving crew? What is Brady hearing? What is he seeing? As they wrap up minicamp today, what is what the hay going in the barn? What are the full notepad of Brady Henderson? We'll dive into all of that in 20 minutes. As he's in for Salk today, it's Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
In Cal, you're seeing a superstar start to develop. He's starting to get that national recognition. It's always been, when you talk about the Mariners, you'd sort of talk about the rotation as a whole. Sure. Talking about an individual, it's been Julio. And it feels like Cal is starting to move into that spot. Now, here's the thing. Neither, by baseball standards, are being paid as a superstar.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, Brock Ewart here, and I have had a couple sports injuries through the years. I know a little bit about pain. I know when I look at Mr. Wyman and Mr. Bumpus and getting a chance to play pro football and live out our dreams, incredible. But the other side of it, there's some injuries, some orthopedic stuff that comes with those years of playing ball. But you don't have to be a pro athlete to know what I'm talking about. Many of you woke up this morning like, oh, man, my back, my knee, you've got painful joints from arthritis, and it makes it hard to have a quality of life. Well, that is where my friend Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine over there in Kirkland, that is where he's ready to answer the call. 425-823-4000, 425-823-4000. Dr. Nelson has seen so many patients suffering from chronic joint pain through the years, so don't let pain stop you from enjoying your life. Consider Dr. Nelson the only doctor, and I can say this confidently, with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques. Many have jumped aboard the regenerative medicine game lately. Not Dr. Nelson. This has been his heart. This has been his passion for well over 30 years. So if you're in pain, do yourself a favor. Make the call this morning, 425-823-4000, or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Calling all contractors and equipment operators. The James G. Murphy Auction Company rolls out this month one of the biggest heavy equipment auctions of the summer. On the block, find an incredible collection of heavy equipment, contractors' equipment, and vehicles, like a 2004 John Deere 400C rock truck, a 2010 John Deere 450D LC excavator, a 2001 John Deere 650H LT dozer, and a 2014 Kenworth T800. In contractors' equipment, we have attachments, live edge and dimensional lumber, contractor tools, even a wheel wash system, and much more up for bid. Whether you're building roads, moving earth, or running a construction outfit, we got what you need. Bidding starts 10 a.m. June 12th and closes at 10 a.m. June 19th. Preview all items June 17th and 18th from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our location in Marysville, 3803 136th Street Northeast. For pictures and details of all items, visit murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Stop bugging me pest control. This summer, don't let stinging insects ruin your outdoor fun. Wasps, hornets, get rid of those stinging pests. Call Stop Bugging Me Pest Control and leave everything to us.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
All power, zero compromise. Ego cordless outdoor power equipment features advanced lithium battery technology that exceeds the power and performance of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. From mowers and trimmers to blowers and pressure washers, one battery powers over 90 tools. No wonder it's the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Power beyond belief. Visit egopowerplus.com to learn more or to find an Ego retailer near you. That's egopowerplus.com.
The home of the Mariners.
Lift off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with zero investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Emerald Queen Casino Event Center presents the main event. Powered by WFC, Saturday night, June 14th. A night of professional boxing where champions are made and every punch counts. Contenders from the region go toe-to-toe, ready to prove they belong at the top. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss Fight Night, June 14th at Emerald Queen Casino, the boxing capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Synthetic Turf Northwest is now open in Fife, the South Sound headquarters for premium synthetic turf. They help homeowners with a turnkey solution, DIYers, and contractors and landscapers needing quality products. With premium turf in stock, expert advice, and pro installation services, everything you need is under one roof. Visit their new showroom off I-5 in Fife, Synthetic Turf Northwest. Supplies and installation expertise all in one place. Mention radio for up to $1,000 off. SyntheticTurfNorthwest.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, what you need to know is that old Danny Wilson and these Mariners are in a tough stretch. Toughest stretch that he's had since he's become the Mariners manager. Last night his 100th game. But over the last 30 with that loss last night, just 11 and 19 in that stretch. And last night was a tough one, Brady, because they hit the ball. This was not a goose egg, no traffic, no action. Somehow, some way, how do you pronounce his name? Fott did have a shutout, but it wasn't because of loud, hard contact. It was all over the place. They just could not find a way to score runs. In their 10-3 loss to Arizona, Danny Wilson asked Is it frustrating? What's the messaging? How difficult is it when you get all those hits, but you just can't put any runs on the scoreboard?
I mean, it's always frustrating when you do the things right at the plate and you don't get rewarded for it. That's baseball to some degree. Can't control the results, but it seems like it comes at inopportune times, and that's where the frustration comes in.
All right, Brock, I'm not going to ask you to put the Ebenezer's back on, but I am going to reread the tweet from John Kirschenbaum via our guy Tim Booth. Mariners are the first team since 2023 and just the second team since 2015 to have 3 straight games with 4 runs or fewer on 11 hits or more. So as you used the analogy earlier, they're like a football team that's moving the ball down the field. They just can't get the ball in the end zone, and really they can't get the ball through the uprights either.
Nope, just not putting enough crooked numbers on that board. They did that in the first month of the season. I remember Aaron Goldsmith with us talking about that, of just the impact of what that 3-run home run does, what that 4-run inning does. It just kind of deflates that other team and lets you set the table to go finish it out. That has not been the stretch of the last 30 or so. There was some good news last night. It was not down in the desert. It was down I-5 down there in Tacoma in Rainier Land, where Logan Gilbert, he completed his 3rd rehab start. I'm going to guess maybe his final one in Tacoma. Man, he looked good. 5 innings, just 1 hit allowed, no runs, only walked 1, struck out 6 on 72 pitches. So super, super efficient. In fact, retired 14 of the last 15 batters faced. Let's keep an eye on possible transaction in the days ahead, and it'd be really nice to get that horse back in the stable.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, Brady, you have been down there with all the media, with the Seahawks at their mandatory minicamp. They cut it from 3 days to just 2 days. So today will be the finale and likely the last time we're going to see these vets until training camp begins. Played you the cut earlier on Mike McDonald, a great question you asked him about Sam Darnold. How about this question the coach asked about Ken Walker? We talked about it in Blue 88 last week, and he's not been partaking in many of the team drills with the other runners. Mike McDonald asked about K9.
Ken Walker dealing with something injury-wise? Yeah, he's working through an ankle, but he should be fine.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a big deal at all, and it's not even kept him totally off the field, because we have seen Walker take part in some of the individual drills. He's out there for, kind of those quarter speed walkthrough type reps, but in terms of like full speed team stuff, he's not doing anything right now. Doesn't sound like a big deal. I think the bigger picture here is you just add it to the list of things that Ken Walker has had to deal with over his career. And when we had the segment earlier where you asked me, I think it was in Blue 88, which of these guys are going to get contract extensions, that's one of the reasons why I don't see it happening with Ken Walker III, at least this year. I just think they want to see him, can he, not that any running back ever stays injury-free. That's not realistic. But can he avoid some of these bigger injuries he's had? Can he play 14, 15, maybe 16 games? Can he push through some of the injuries that he just hasn't been pushing through the last few years? And so, again, the ankle injury doesn't sound like it's a big deal. I think the bigger picture view on this is it is one more injury that Ken Walker has had to deal with, and what has become kind of a long list of them.
Did you say Ken Walker III?
Ken Walker III.
Oh, are you doing that now? Is that a thing?
Well, that's his name. Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to be as accurate as
do you
possible.
say it every time? Do you say K9, Ken Walker? I'm
not really a nickname guy, I'll leave the nicknames to other
yeah.
people. I'll
go
JSN
Ken Walker,
for brevity's sake.
You always say Ken Walker III?
Yeah, typically,
when do you decide
that
he's the third or not the third? Like when do you use that?
Typically, okay, in journalism, when you write you write someone's name the first time, you write the full name. So typically on first reference, I'm going to go Ken Walker III, and then I'll go Walker. But I'll leave the nicknames K9. I'll leave that to other people. I'm not really a nickname guy,
Oh, really? Okay, Poop Dog. Here we go. Everything last thing you do.
Well, I don't cover Poop Dog. He's my buddy. I don't refer to nicknames.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Just be consistent. That's all I'm asking.
All
Just
right.
be consistent.
Poop Dog the third.
If you guys are going to keep bringing this up, I feel like we need to know why the nickname, but I'm not sure I want to know.
No, you're gonna learn that here in just a moment after I give you the third and final thing you need to know. Not only is Aaron Rodgers married to some gal named Brittany a couple months ago because he was wearing his wedding ring and let the world out on that, we finally get Game 3 Ken Walker the third, NBA Final Game 3, the third. Tonight, OKC in Indiana. That series is tied 1-1. And I don't know if you saw, again, this kind of makes that point about stars, right? That Cal Raleigh conversation. Have you seen the NBA ratings so far?
I have not. No good.
SGA, MVP, but he's kind of a quiet MVP in Oklahoma City, obviously. Why they ever left Seattle to go there, I don't know. A really quiet market. Indiana, not the biggest market. Halliburton, making some waves, but not big stars. So far, 2 games, lowest ratings since Bird and Magic in the 80s. Like, it is rough. Need your stars. But game 3 tonight there in Indianapolis. That is everything you need to know. Yeah, Poop Dog, can you tame it down, or how exactly that nickname came, or is that inappropriate and we just move on?
That's a longer story. We don't have that kind of time, nor do I. We don't have that. Nor do I think the good folks at Bonneville would appreciate the full story there.
So, you know what we're going to do? We're just going to move it along.
Yeah.
We have that opportunity and that right here on radio. I pinged Brady last night with 6 or 7 homework questions, not just Mora. I don't just flood and bombard Mora on days when Salk is out. I also put a lot of homework on Brady Henderson's broad shoulders, but he's got the stash, he's got the beard, he's got the wisdom, he's got the notepad, he's got lots of news and notes with everything that's been going down there over at the VMAC as they wrap up minicamp with their veterans today. We'll dig into that and so much more. It's Brock and Salk right here on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Bump and Stacy.
Joined right now by Seahawks wide receiver Cooper Kupp, which still feels kind of weird for me to say. Does it feel weird to hear still?
Yeah, I'm getting used to it. How would you describe this group as far as the potential of this squad?
I think the thing that's really cool is we have guys that can do everything. Hey, I can be involved in the run game. I can be involved in the third level of the defense. I can attack. So like when you have guys that can do everything, it makes it really cool to be able to move guys around and be able to say, hey, look, you don't know where it's going to be coming from.
Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, Mike Salk here. You might be seeing pests, rodents, bugs, etc. around your house this time of year as the sun has come out and those rats can start running rampant around. Well, guess what? Crawl Pros has a full-service pest control division. It's called Pest Pros, and they can help out prevent bug and rodent infestations from reoccurring. It's super important, right? If you see anything like that get into your house during the spring, the rodents are reproducing, so if 1 or 2 gets in, that can turn into dozens or a whole lot more, and now you could have damage to insulation, wiring, even structural features. So it just gets worse and worse. You might see an increase in bugs, specifically ants this time of year, as they're just looking for a food supply, but you want them out of your house. So if you're worried about water damage, mold, insulation, critters, issues, anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or Pest Pros. Go to crawlpros.com to schedule a free inspection. That's crawlpros.com.
You're free now. Free to stream beyond your wildest dreams.
Rom-coms, slasher-coms, space operas.
Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers.
Cats, corgis, babies on demand.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things.
Bowl of chips on the Robo-Vacuum.
Free to open a world of remote work and Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com.
Limited availability, service in select locations only.
As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
Got neighbors? Big Trees can help. This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. If you've been considering planting trees to add privacy, look no further than Big Trees. Privacy trees fill in empty spaces, help to define property lines, and add curb appeal. Learn more about Big Trees' big supply of privacy trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Spring is back, our bats are back. Is your postnasal drip and congestion back as well? Hi, this is Dr. Ryan Stern with the Stern Sinus Center. We are a proud National Center of Excellence for helping hundreds of patients with Rynair. For those of you sick of searching for another allergy medication, Rynair is a minimally invasive procedure that significantly reduces postnasal drip, congestion, and stuffiness after only one treatment. Come see us in Auburn or Federal Way. Book your appointment at sternsinus.com. That's sternsinus.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Brady, I'm going to ping you with a half dozen questions here. But I did just send you something that I saw in the old social media realms that is kind of curious. I never seen this before from an owner of the NFL. So if we have time at the end of this segment, we'll address that. It's kind of a new innovative move that a younger owner is making in the NFL. But I do want to get to everything that you have seen, man. You've been out there with your notebook over the last month or two when you've been allowed, when the media's had access to these Seattle Seahawks. You cover them and cover them so well for ESPN. Everybody in this market loves your work, appreciates it, because we know the passion you have for it and the diligence you have for it. So if you wouldn't mind, I shot you about 6 questions last night, and you have full freedom. This is your canvas to paint in any way you want here, Mr. Henderson.
All right.
But kind of curious here, if you were to try to figure out what are the most competitive battles that you have seen out there. I saw Condota reporting yesterday that there was some movement at center, that even Christian Haynes was getting some looks there. We know the right guard position's got 2, 3, maybe 4 guys, fighting there. Some right tackle, left guard, pretty much assumed. But kind of curious where your mind goes here with some of the most competitive battles that you've seen and they portend as we head into training camp.
Yeah, the first 2 that jump out are those 2 interior offensive line spots, so right guard and center. We know Gray Zabel's going to play left guard. We obviously know who the tackles are going to be, assuming Abe Lucas can stay healthy. But the 2 somewhat unsettled spots there, I mean, center, I think Olu Oluwatimi is probably the favorite over Jalen Sundell to win that job, but that job seems to be open. And I think the reason I don't think they are looking at Christian Haynes as a possible starter there, I think why you're seeing them give him some reps there is because you want to see, if he doesn't win that starting job at right guard, can he be the backup who can potentially come in and play center in a pinch? So you want to know, can that guy play center? Because you want to know, can that guy, if he doesn't win the starting right guard job, can he be that one backup interior offensive lineman who's active on game days? So, but he is squarely in the mix at right guard, and I would say that he has taken not the vast majority by any means, but probably the most reps, the most first-team reps at right guard of anybody so far, and it's really been him and Anthony Bradford rotating in there. I would not be surprised, just based on what Clint Kubiak told us a week or so ago when he said that competition is wide open. I kind of take wide open to mean, and I would sort of put my own just kind of projection on this, that wide open means more than just those two guys. So it would not surprise me if you end up seeing Satawa Laumea enter that competition. Maybe even your guy, Bryce Cabledew, the rookie 6th-round pick. But as it is right now, those are the two big spots that are up for competition. Certainly other spots, I think, I think Elijah Arroyo, we'll talk about him a little bit later, but I think he, to some degree, could be competing for a bigger role than what you might expect at tight end. But those are the two spots right now, center and right guard.
Sundell. Is he a guard? Is he a center? Where's he in this mix of left, center, right? Is he kind of all of them?
I think he's potentially a little bit of everything. I mean, we saw him last season kind of back up at right tackle, and I think he even played left tackle his final college season. So he is one of those jack of all trades kind of guy. But again, he's squarely in the mix for the job at center. I mean, if you can play center, you could probably play guard in the NFL. And if you can play tackle, that would suggest that you've got more than enough athleticism, to move inside. Do you have the size? That would be another question. But yeah, I think Sundell is. I like his chances of making this roster, even if he doesn't end up winning that starting job, just because guys who can play that many spots, there's quite a bit of value there.
Pretty valuable, man. Versatility is a very valuable commodity up front. More, if you wouldn't mind, can you play me cut number 5 here? This is a kind of a little different spin on it, Brady, and I like this. Right, it's not just that individual battle. I like the way that Julian Love, and we've kind of felt his voice grow more and more. I think he's very confident on the field. I think he's very confident in front of a microphone. He kind of weighs in on this and doesn't specifically talk about players, but actually talks about position groups. Here was Julian Love yesterday at Seahawks minicamp talking about one of the differences in the defense this year.
Yeah, I think so. I think kind of that shows itself in, like, when we're in the defensive room, it's not about being like the best defense. Now we're competing of who can be the best position group in the defense. So it's not just like, okay, defense, we're going to be, the top whatever in the league. It's like, we want to be the best secondary in the league. And who was the tip of the spear for our practice that day? And every day we've been showing who the tip of the spear was, whether it's DBs, backers, or D-line. And so it's just super competitive in there. And I think it's conducive to just growth. I think, we're not shying away from everything. Everyone's getting coached, no matter if you're, D-Law, Leo, or the rooks we have. It's just a super accountable across all boards. Player to coach, player to player, coach to coach, all of it is just really, really dialed in.
What's funny, Brady, is my buddies that are small business owners, orthodontists and dentists, and just different small businesses that they own, they talk about a little bit of friction. That a little bit of friction can kind of be a healthy thing, right? That it is just, my agent, when I broadcasted, would talk about turbulence. He's like, you don't remember, a flight with no turbulence, right? And as a broadcaster, as a communicator, a little turbulence every once in a while is not a bad thing to mix in there. When you go back to 12, 13, 14, 15, with one of the greatest defenses in NFL history, do you know what you found in that defense? The Legion of Boom had all the stars. And everybody always just always stamped the Seahawks defense, Legion of Boom, Legion of Boom, Legion of Boom. But talk to KJ Wright. Talk to Michael Bennett and Cliff Averill. Do you not think under that roof it was that exact same premise that Julian Love was talking about right there?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and we've heard them, we kind of saw it come out in the open in terms of like the offense versus the defense, and the defense feeling like they didn't get enough credit for the team's success and that they were sort of carrying the offense. But yeah, it would not surprise me if even within certain position groups on that team that there was kind of that competitiveness of, hey man, the secondary gets all the attention, but Red Bryant, Chris Clemens, Cliff Averill, all those the linebackers, like those guys were really good players. I think that comment from Julian Love, I believe it came sort of in the bigger context of the expectations for this defense, knowing that there is so much continuity. And I went back and looked at this. Of the 16 players last season on defense who played at least 300 defensive snaps for them, 13 of those guys are back. Wow. And the only 3 that aren't back, it was Tyrell Dodson, Rayshon Jenkins, and Draymond Jones. So it was guys that the Seahawks decided not to bring back. So there is a whole lot of continuity from a player standpoint. This is also the second year of the defensive scheme that they're running, and McDonald retained virtually every defensive coach from that staff last season. So the whole name of the game for them is continuity. And if you're looking for reasons to think, to wonder why a defense that ended up finishing, 9th in points allowed last season, if you're looking for reasons why that group could take a step forward in 2025, it's because of that continuity with the scheme, with the players, and with the coaching staff.
Okay, question number 2 for you. Most impressive rookie to your eye?
Elijah Arroyo. And I say that, I will preface this by saying that this time of the year, you end up seeing pass catchers stand out. Yeah. For the obvious reason being that this is no contact, so there isn't a real pass rush. So plays end up getting extended longer than they would in game situations. It's no contact, meaning defensive players, defensive backs specifically, are, kind of wary of not totally contesting throws that they, would. And so you see throws get completed that in actual game situations, even in training camp, may not get completed. So with the caveat that pass catchers tend to stand out this time of the year, Elijah Arroyo is a guy that has stood out. And you can kind of see how the size and speed, you see why he was a second-round pick. He, it hasn't really been a whole lot of
Does he move that effortlessly?
Yes. Yeah.
And especially in that room, right? We've talked about that room, and Nick Callerup, the big kid out of Minnesota. A.J. Barner, for his size, is a good mover.
Yeah.
But Arroyo is an elite mover at that body type, correct?
Yeah, and some guys are big, and they have a good 40 times, and you just don't ever really feel it. You don't ever really see it on the field, and you see it with Arroyo. And, I mentioned how he's sort of competing. I think he could be competing for that starting job, because if he ends up popping and he ends up showing the Seahawks that he's capable of being the number 1 guy right away, and I would say if A.J. Barner shows that he's capable of, really taking on a bigger role too, it would not surprise me if something happens with Noah Fant, closer to the start of the season. If I think, with the cap number that he's had, or the cap number that he has, some of the production maybe not living up to the contract, it would not surprise me if, if another team comes along that needs a tight end, if they have something of value with the Seahawks that the Seahawks could want, it would not shock me if they end up moving on from Noah Fant.
Yeah, that's a good comparison.
Arroyo's got to do his part.
Yeah, he does. And when the pads go on, we know this is a different game. But to your point about Noah Fant, that dude was like a 4 or 5 guy.
Yeah.
Right. He was a top 20 pick in the NFL draft because his measurables were that far off the charts. But I don't know, either at practice or really in games, that you have felt, I like that word, felt that game-breaking straight line speed as much from him. If those two are on the field together, do you feel it even in shorts, right? Or is that kind of too big a jump to make?
Yeah, I haven't really seen that. I just know that, with what Noah Fant, with the talent there and the size and the speed, even if you haven't always felt it, that is something that defenses have to account for. And I think that, there is the contract and the fact that the production hasn't always lived up to the contract. There's also the other side of it, which is that I think there are some question marks about this receiver core when you move on from DK Metcalf, a guy that commanded so much attention from defenses. You do have some very accomplished, some very productive receivers in JSN and Cooper Kupp. I don't know if they are the same, if they threaten defenses the same way that DK Metcalf does. And so that would be the one reason for keeping Noah Fant, is he is a big body guy who, at least on paper, you would think that his skill set would really give defenses something that they have to think hard about.
He is the hitman, the great Brady Henderson, here with us all day. Salky, a little under the weather. Hopefully he will be back in action tomorrow. The Mariners, an early matinee today, but plenty of football. Chase Daniel will join us at 9:30 today to talk all things quarterback and Clint Kubiak and the guy, man, geez, I was looking at Chase's resume. Been a lot of different places in his career and seen just about everything under the sun. So that will be fun in about 45 minutes or so. But just buzzing through some of the big headlines, some of the big topics of minicamp. This one right up my alley. To your eye, once again, Brady, is there anybody that really has jumped out that you look at and go, man, that dude just looks different? Right? It was Chris Carson a couple years ago. Remember when Chris Carson came back from an offseason? It was like, goodness gracious. I mean, it was He-Man, right? He just kind of exploded onto the scene. And we've seen guys kind of lean up. I think Charles Cross, year 1 to year 2, was a guy that really moved some good weight around and got a little bit leaner. Abe Lucas looks phenomenal. I'm just kind of curious, is there anybody that's really popped, that's revamped either their body or just kind of their game as we head into the finale of minicamp?
You know what? We just talked about him, but I think Noah Fant looks bigger. It looks a little bit more kind of jacked up in the upper body to me, and maybe some of that is I just didn't really notice it before. He's one of those guys who wears the the tight fitting sleeve, so you don't always kind of see what the upper body looks like. And maybe this is not really a change, but he just looks like he looks to me like he's maybe kind of bulked up a little bit, and probably going to help him. If that is the case, you would think that would help him as a run blocker. And it was interesting. Mike McDonald kind of pushed back. I think it was at the owners' meetings, and he was asked a question that was kind of prefaced with like, Noah Fant is, not really, and has never really been known as a blocker. And he really pushed back at that and said, Noah Fant did a good job as a blocker last season. There was one play, I want to say it was, I can't remember when it was, but he really had a nice block near the goal line to spring. I think it was Charbonnet for a touchdown late in the season. So, yeah, Noah Fant would be my pick there.
I mean, he went to Iowa, for goodness sake.
He did.
You know what they do at Iowa?
They block.
A lot of blocking. They do a lot of blocking, a lot of board drills, a lot of mirror drills. There is, 4 years of some pretty good experience there. And, yeah, I think you know it and I know it. He's a veteran guy that knows exactly what his cap number is. And if he is not up to snuff and he doesn't come into camp in great shape and isn't available, then you're probably not going to be around here. Most tangible, you said you like this one, most tangible and intangible changes with this entirely new offense. You talked about the defense, all the snaps that return, all the productivity that returns. It's about 180 on the other side. The receiving core, save for JSN, basically all new. The offensive line going to have a couple, more than likely, new starters. Right, the running back room is back. Quarterback totally new. So, what are some tangible and intangible changes, Brady, that you have seen with this new Clint Kubiak offense?
Yeah, I think to the average viewer who isn't like an X's and O's scheme aficionado, some of the changes are going to be hard to tell. But I think there are some, like you said, tangible, very noticeable changes that you will see with this offense. I think one of them is how much the quarterbacks get outside the pocket. And when you think of like a outside zone rushing team, what is the natural complement to an outside zone rushing play? It's a bootleg where the quarterback fakes like it's an outside run, and then he keeps the ball and he bootlegs off to the other side. So last season, New Orleans offense, in terms of passing plays that carried the quarterback outside the pocket. Now, obviously, some of these aren't by design. Quarterback scrambles factor into this, but a lot of this is by design. They had the third highest percentage of passing plays that took the quarterback outside the pocket. I imagine that a number of those plays were those design bootlegs that you get the quarterback on the move. You change, you make him a moving target, which obviously makes life easier on your offensive line when you're not just sitting back there and shotgun and sitting there between the tackles. And that would be the other thing is you're not going to see all the shotgun that they ran last season. And if you ask them, they would tell you maybe a big part of their offensive line struggles were because their offensive linemen were put in a difficult position. When you run shotgun, you sort of take some of that guessing game away from defensive pass rushers.
Oh, shoot. Hold on a second. Stone Forsythe is on the call here. He wants to talk to you.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, he does, because he knows exactly what you're talking about. Poor guy still led the league in pressures like week 14, and he hadn't played for 7 weeks. Because he was exposed.
Yeah.
You're in the shotgun all the time. It's a predictable. You run it, third fewest times in all the NFL last year, and you put those tackles on an island time after time after time again.
Yeah, that's right. And Clint Kubiak's New Orleans offense last season, 29th in terms of plays run out of the shotgun at 57%. It was a lot higher under Ryan Grubb last season, and you're going to see that number drop quite a bit from last year to this year.
I like that. Look at you. Man, you did that homework last night. You came with some answers. There is a reason you like that. What about intangibles? Any intangibles with all of this continuity of staff? Well, it may not have continuity of snaps played together or offensive production together. Brady, there is an immense amount of continuity between QB coach, O-line coach, run game coordinator, right? Run game analyst in Rico, Clint Kubiak, a ton of background there. Do you feel any intangible effect of that?
Yeah, I think what I would say here in terms of like maybe intangible is not the best word to describe this, but my impression of this offense, and this is really kind of the deal with like the Kyle Shanahan scheme and the offshoots of it, is that we hear offenses referred to as systems. What does that mean? I think in the case of Kyle Shanahan and his proteges, it's a system in the sense that there are no standalone plays. It's not just a collection of plays that the coordinator thinks are really cool and, hey, this play is going to work and this play is going to work and I saw this play and here's our spin on this. Every play fits into the larger picture of the offense in that every play kind of builds off of another play and every play kind of complements another play. And there's a lot of plays that are sort of run out of the same kind of look, but they are designed to look one way and they end up being another thing. And you set up a play, and then you come back with a play that looks similar, and it's all part of a system. There are no standalone plays. And I heard the clip from Abe Lucas last week when he was, he didn't mention Ryan Grubb by name. He didn't specifically point to that offense last year, but he talked about how kind of that same idea that this is a system as opposed to the word he used was just a hodgepodge of plays. And again, he wasn't necessarily calling out Ryan Grubb or the offense last year, but that I think was kind of what he was pointing to, it that last year it really wasn't a system, whereas this year it really is a system where every play is connected in the playbook.
Yeah, it really is. I've heard the term, and even there, folks there in Seattle use that term Rolodex. Is just a Rolodex of plays, right? Shane Waldron, kind of a deep Rolodex, smart guy, been around a bunch of different systems. You got all these plays. Ryan Grubb, just kind of a Rolodex with a whole bunch of really cool spread concepts and pass game concepts that were really effective at Fresno State and at Washington and, along the collegiate route for 3 decades. But the NFL level, where every blade of grass, where every hand placement, every inch, it just matters. And we're running the ball is so hard to do. I was chatting with one of my high school coaches about this, and he'd been a longtime college guy. I said, the beauty of high school football is, we're going to have a bunch of matchups this year where we're going to just literally blow people off the ball. Just size, height, weight, strength, length, power, bunch of power 4 offensive line. Like, we're going to be able to blow. Like the NFL, you don't ever do that. You just try to move people, right? You just try to get in the way of people. You just try to influence some people, especially in that run game. And that is, I think, what Abe Lucas was kind of referring to is like, you're going to run it in this league. You better be hyper committed to every detail to run it. And you certainly get that feel. Talk to me about the receivers. Talk to me about a couple veteran guys here. You mentioned JSN returns, obviously just about everybody else. If we'll see if Bobo makes team or not or what role he carves out. But from MVS to Kupp to Horton, going to be a lot of new faces in that receiver room. What's jumped out to you there?
Yeah, I mean, Cooper Kupp and JSN, I think they have shown up the way that you would expect them to show up. It really kind of anecdotally, it seems like it's been more on those short and intermediate routes as opposed to kind of the deeper stuff. And, maybe not super surprising, just given kind of both of their profiles. I would say JSN has been more of a deep threat than you kind of would have expected, just based on not a burner. He was sort of always, more of a slot guy. But it seems like the plays that they've made have been on more of the shorter or intermediate stuff. And Marquez Valdez-Scantling is the deep threat. And you haven't really seen a whole lot of like those true one-on-one matchups, but just based on seeing him move, he's 30, whatever he is, 30, 31 years old, still looks like he's got plenty of speed there. I just still think that when you move on from DK Metcalf, man, as good of a deep threat as he was and as much attention as he commands, that is the one question I have about this receiver core is, do they have enough of those guys that really strike fear in the heart of opposing defenses. And that was, I think, a big reason why they took Elijah Arroyo, not a receiver, not a wide receiver, but he was a guy that, Clint Kubiak in those pre-draft meetings wondered aloud, hey, could this guy kind of fill some of that X receiver role just because he is that big, fast, pass catcher. And so he's going to play tight end, but I think there are some plays where he sort of will be, functioning as a wide receiver.
Horton done anything yet? Have we seen much of him, or they've been pretty guarded with him?
Yeah, hasn't done a whole lot. I mean, I didn't see him do anything, the last few OTAs in the minicamp, the first minicamp practice yesterday. I saw him kind of working on the bike off to the side, but yeah, he's going to be in that mix. I think you're really going to feel him on special teams in the return game. Right now, they've got Steven Sims. I'm fighting off a sneeze, by the way, so I may have to mute myself here.
You're doing a good job. No, if you want to hit that cough button, just raise your hand. Let me know.
Yeah.
They also say if you look up to the light, if you stare at the light, that's supposed to also take the sneeze away. Is that right?
No, that actually makes me sneeze. Yeah, that
that actually makes you sneeze.
Yeah, staring into the light is. Yeah, so I don't want to do that right now.
Well, last little minute here, 45 seconds. If Brady Henderson were back in your editorial role and you had to write the headline, you had to just put the headline, not even the article, not even the nuts and the bolts, because we'll get to a ton of it with Chase Daniel in 30 minutes. If you were just to write the headline of this new Seattle Seahawks quarterback room, what is the headline that Brady's writing?
Ooh. The headline of the quarterback room. I would say the headline would probably include one of the words that you included, which was makeover. I mean, they totally revamped that quarterback room. I think the headline might include something that would allude to the idea that Sam Darnold is going to be a different kind of leader than Geno Smith was. And, Geno Smith, as much as we heard about Sam Darnold's, supposed fire and competitiveness, I mean, that was Geno Smith. And maybe sometimes to a fault. And I think that Geno Smith was such a fiery, such a competitive guy that at times the Seahawks loved it. At times wanted him to kind of dial it down a little bit and maybe handle teammates with a little different kind of decorum. And so, I don't know what the headline would be. I know I would try to, when I think of writing headlines, at times when I do that, you think of getting those keywords in there that really represent the story, and those would be two of them.
Makeover and leadership. Yeah, makeover and leadership. I think a big part of why that thing in its entirety turned over every day at 9 o'clock through these off-season workouts and now mini camps. I've given you things to watch for. I've given you 12 of them, from swag to the rookies to the tight end competition and running back crew. I'm down to my final 3. Have a sense they may be some of the names that we just referenced. I'll highlight one of them tomorrow with some great sound as he addressed the media. We'll do all of that. Chase Daniel, everything you need to know, the final hour. Brady and Salk. It's Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
In Cal, you're seeing a superstar start to develop. He's starting to get that national recognition. It's always been, when you talk about the Mariners, you'd sort of talk about the rotation as a whole. Sure. Talking about an individual, it's been Julio. And it feels like Cal is starting to move into that spot. Now, here's the thing. Neither, by baseball standards, are being paid as a superstar.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, Mike Salk here with some exciting news from a family-owned business that's local here in Western Washington. Yeah, we love to root for these guys. It's Riverside Roofing, and they've once again earned the prestigious GAF Master Elite President's Club. So you might remember I've been talking about only 3% of roofing companies nationally qualify for GAF Master Elite status. But how many of those achieve President's Club? Well, that's only 2%. Truly the cream of the crop. Proudly from Marysville and serving homeowners all over Western Washington, Riverside Roofing is the roofing company you can trust. So what does that mean for you, the homeowner? Well, it means you're hiring the best. A company that gets high marks in performance, reliability, and service, plus an elite warranty to match. Highly reviewed and highly recommended, certainly by me. Riverside Roofing is your go-to local roofing contractor. Book them now for a summer project and get that roof done fast. I highly recommend them. Go to riversideroofingllc.com. They are the roofing company you can trust.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Heading to the ball game? Don't mess with traffic and pricey parking fees. Make it easy and ride the bus. It's affordable and convenient. No stress, no hassle. And plenty of time to grab a hot dog before first pitch. Community Transit makes riding the bus fun, easy, and affordable. You save money on parking, and kids under 18 ride for free. See where they can take you and plan your trip today. Go to Community Transit at ctgo.org/homerun.
At Washington Energy Services, we take the time to get to know you and your home. We have the passion and commitment to see each project through and to treat our work as more than just a job. For over 65 years, we've offered award-winning home services, from heating and cooling, plumbing and electrical, to windows and doors. Complete home improvement handled from start to comfort. For peace of mind when you need it most, count on Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
Summertime is Pacific Power Batteries time. Okay, maybe that's a stretch. But we do sell more batteries in the spring and summer because you folks are all out there doing stuff. Golf carting and boating and buzzing around on stuff that needs batteries. When's a good time? How about tomorrow? We're open 7 days a week to test any battery and let you know the honest answer. Summertime and the cranking is easy. Happy trails from Pacific Power Batteries.
Stop bugging me pest control. This summer, don't let stinging insects ruin your outdoor fun. Wasps, hornets, get rid of those stinging pests. Call Stop Bugging Me Pest Control and leave everything to us.
Get 0% financing for 72 months on Cat compact construction equipment at NC Machinery. Built for performance, durability, and comfort. Buy now and take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months at NC Machinery.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to give you a minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Well, Salky is out a little bit under the weather. Started yesterday afternoon, so hopefully he gets through that bug quickly and can be back tomorrow. Hopefully our Mariners can find a way to win a game, salvage a game down there in the desert. Man, Arizona, one of these teams that I just look at that lineup, Brady, and I'm like, man, we've seen some underperforming teams. Felt the same way about Baltimore. Like, these guys are pretty good. There's a reason they made a run through the playoffs like last year. They got some good guys, and unfortunately for the Mariners, some of those guys continue to be heating up and getting it done. So hopefully Mr. Wu, who will get the start today, and the Mariners in an early game right here on Seattle Sports. You can catch that, can find a way to win, an off day tomorrow, and then a 6-game homestand. Brady, every day here over the last month or so, we've counted down the days of 12 things to watch. We do it for the 12s. I mean, of course we do it. We do it for the 12s. 12 things to watch here in minicamp and through the OTA period. We're down to our final last couple here. So, Miss Mora, with no further ado.
Number 3. We're very low budget here, Brady.
That might have been the best one yet right there.
Someone told me yesterday that they wanted an echo, like number 3.
3, like Dory used to do. 3. First hour. I've gone swag, I've gone receivers, I've gone tight ends. Chat about a lot of the guys, Brady. You did a wonderful job of highlighting over the last half hour. My number 3 on my list of things to watch here through this offseason has become a little more front and center, and that's Mike Macdonald. When Salky's eyes were out there last week, he walked away going, I don't want to project anything. I don't want to think that I'm hearing more. But to Salky's ears, it felt like Mike Macdonald was more ever present. That his voice may have been a little more commanding. That he may have been a little louder. You know, nothing night and day. And by all means, Mike Macdonald's personality, I think by now we kind of know what he is. But just the confidence that comes, a comfort in your skin that rightfully comes with experience. That this isn't my first OTA. This isn't my first mini camp. I've been around the sun. I know what I'm doing, and I'm feeling that much more confident. And gosh, as you just kind of listened to him, you felt more of his personality. This was yesterday. You were there when he was talking about Nick Emanwari and how much, that guy's been a frequent visitor. Here's some of that wit and that humor that you've talked about behind the scenes, Brady. Here's a little bit more of it that the public's getting a taste of.
Well, Nick keeps showing up. I got to tell him, hey, man, like, door's closed, like, knock. No, but Nick's been up there a bunch. I mean, look, we want to. I'm proud of the atmosphere that we're creating, where guys are in and out of the offices, talking to coaches, not necessarily about football, but just what's going on. Feels a lot like we had going on at Michigan to a certain extent, and that speaks to the guys that are in the building, our coaches, the job they're doing, the relationships they're building. Anytime you're talking ball, especially with the guys, it doesn't get much better than that. And look, Coops, he's gone against our defense, and he kind of knows how people attack us, and why wouldn't you run some ideas by him to see what he thinks? So I think we got some approval on that front.
All that exchange of information, right?
Yeah.
That's not always the most common. Certainly wasn't in my era. I think that's become more common between player and coach and player empowerment. And, hey, man, we're all on the same team here, right? We're not competing against each other. We're competing for each other. Offense, defense, coaches, everybody out on the same page. We played this cut and need to know. This also kind of making the way around the old internet and social media channels yesterday. Coach Macdonald, I think you asked him the question about Sam Darnold. Do we hear this last year about Geno? Do we hear this last year about DK? Do we hear this last year at this time in the month of June from Mike Macdonald? I don't think we do. But this kind of speaking to just the comfort, the ease, the confidence that Mike Macdonald's carrying as well. And this is about his quarterback.
Yeah, he's got some stuff to him.
Does it?
Yeah.
Did that surprise you?
No. We went against him. We felt it. Yeah, the thing you love about Sam is he's just a dude, man. He's he's like one of the guys. There's a sense of he's one of the guys, so he's right there with him and all the things. But that's him. But there's some to him. Like he's like, don't mess with him. He's got that edge to him, that competitiveness, and the guys respect that. And he's him. He's not trying to be anybody else, and you got to respect that about him.
It's just confidence, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Just comfortable sharing. And should I say this? Should I not say this? When it's your first time being in front of the podium, your first time being a head coach, how much do you want to share? He navigated that. Smart guy. He processes everything. How do I want this to come out? And you just kind of feel, I think, that freedom of communication. Last one, I'll let you weigh in. Julian Love, again, you were there around the podium yesterday as Julian Love was speaking. And Julian just kind of talked about, coaches' command, coaches' confidence, coaches' communication. Here was, in many ways, the captain of that defense talking about his head coach.
Yeah, so outside of like talking ball, I think he's top of the whatever. But just in terms of like setting kind of what we want around here, setting the standard, kind of how we want to build, just the messaging is just super clear of like kind of what our goal is. And, kind of the main phrase you'll hear is 12 is 1. And so that's like everything we're building is off of that. Just kind of being, it's camaraderie, it's togetherness, it's kind of looking after your brother next to you. That's kind of the clear messaging. And he's been super dialed in with that stuff.
And not only experience, Brady, and lastly, sorry, just kind of playing these cuts.
It's all right.
Salk said this too, and I think it's right. And I think he asked Mike McDonald about it on our interview with him. The difference between returning players that you inherit versus those you bring in, and how much difference and how much maybe ease of messaging there is when it's not inherited players. It's not DK. It's not Gino. Nothing against them, but that's Pete. Those are Pete guys. And now I got my guys. And don't you think that may also play a role in some of that ease of messaging?
I do. And if I remember correctly, I think he sort of downplayed that idea when he was on with you guys. I think he maybe wants to avoid the perception that, he's just running the show and he only wants his guys. But I think there is something to that, it is hard for guys who had been in one, under one head coach for as long as Geno Smith, as long as DK Metcalf had. I think it can sometimes, especially when you're a high-profile player, it can be hard to kind of, accept the fact that, hey, a new coach is going to come in here and he's going to want to do things differently. And I think that the natural tendency is for guys to say, well, this is how I'm used to having it. This is how it's been done. And it's hard to kind of accept, a new leadership style, a new way of doing things, right? It can be hard sometimes. And so, I think that's where it becomes easier when it's guys that you either bring with you from your last stop or guys that you sign who sort of know when they come here that they're signing up for something different than what they've been in. And, I think what's really interesting, just in terms of how you hear him communicate, is practices are one of the main differences is that you don't have music blasting all the time. They will pipe in crowd noise when they really try to simulate some game-like situations, but by and large, the music is not blaring through the speakers. And in addition to not having to listen to music that I don't really care to listen to, what's great about that is you can hear coaches coach. You can hear them teach. And sometimes you can hear them really get on players. And, that was something that McDonald has not been afraid to do. Really haven't heard it so much this offseason, and that may be more of a training camp thing when, you are kind of moving faster. Maybe there is a greater expectation among the coaching staff. Maybe a little bit more demanding naturally in that setting, but that was one fascinating thing that I noticed last year is McDonald can be very demanding, and when things aren't going the way that he wants them to go, he's not afraid to lay into guys the way that you never really heard Pete Carroll do. I think the one thing that I'm really going to be interested to see from McDonald this season is, look, we know that in their own setting, and certainly behind closed doors, he's not afraid to really get after a player who he feels like is not doing his job. I wonder what that's going to sound like, if that's going to be any different in terms of publicly holding guys accountable, because for as much as we know that he does that sort of on their turf and behind the scenes, he really is kind of more deferential when it comes to not really criticizing players publicly. And I wonder if that's going to be an area where in year two, maybe he feels a little bit more comfortable to, kind of call it how it is in terms of like when he's answering questions from people like me.
I don't know. You got a lot of Harbaugh through the decades of criticize privately, praise publicly, and always have players back about the team. I don't know how much of that we will have and how much we will hear. But great point, great emphasis, as it always is. Brady Henderson as in Falky today. We'll give you everything you need to know. Chase Daniel will make his, maiden voyage. Nothing about virginity. Maiden voyage, as I stand corrected there in 20 minutes when he joins us to talk all things.
I just got a text asking what you were saying.
No, maiden voyage. Nope, that's I stand totally corrected. It's about correctness, and I got to get it right. Chase will be with us. Everything you need to know, including tough day for the Mariners, but some great news down on the farm. We'll get to all of that with Brady Henderson. It is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
It's the Seahawks' only minicamp of the offseason, and Seattle sports is there.
Seahawks wide receiver Cooper Kupp, which still feels kind of weird for me to say. Does it feel weird to hear still?
Yeah, I'm getting used to it. Live from the sidelines this morning with Bump and Stacy live from VMAC beginning at 10 a.m. Taking you up to Mariners pregame at 11:30.
Your outside backer's got to be a bit more versatile.
We are the home of the Seahawks. Seattle sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Well, on this Wednesday morning, if you're frustrated, if you're seeking some clarity when it comes to your insurance, you've seen your premiums go up and up. You don't even really know what you've got covered. Maybe your family dynamics and personal life have changed and you need different coverage. Well, it's stressful. It's confusing. Nobody wants to deal with insurance, and that is why what you got to do what Molly and I and so many of our friends and family did. Take the First Mark Insurance Challenge and go find out. We heard so many First Mark Challenge victories that saved people so much money. We decided we need to take this challenge, and boy, am I glad we did. Not only financially, but also just that peace of mind knowing exactly what you've got covered. Here's how they do it. Here's how they go to work for you. They fully analyze your current coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage. Then, unlike you and me, they go to the market. Dozens of major carriers they have worked with to find you the best fit for your situation. That's it. There's no stress or no confusion. Think of it this way. They're your teammate, and they spent the last 30 years helping thousands of families successfully manage this complicated world of insurance. So add some clarity and peace of mind. Take the First Mark Challenge. It's totally free, and you might be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. It's all right there. Firstmarkinsurance.com. Your teammate that goes to work for you.
New Harley-Davidson Street Glides under $265 a month at Jet City Harley. Try it out for under $265 a month on a new Street Glide at Jet City Harley-Davidson.
Payments based on Street Glide model and base color with 30% down, 96-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
Calling all contractors and equipment operators. The James G. Murphy Auction Company rolls out this month one of the biggest heavy equipment auctions of the summer. On the block, find an incredible collection of heavy equipment, contractors' equipment, and vehicles, like a 2004 John Deere 400C rock truck, a 2010 John Deere 450D LC excavator, a 2001 John Deere 650H LT dozer, and a 2014 Kenworth T800. In contractors' equipment, we have attachments, live edge and dimensional lumber, contractor tools, even a wheel wash system, and much more up for bid. Whether you're building roads, moving earth, or running a construction outfit, we got what you need. Bidding starts 10 a.m. June 12th and closes at 10 a.m. June 19th. Preview all items June 17th and 18th from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our location in Marysville, 3803 136th Street Northeast. For pictures and details of all items, visit murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer premium windows that are 25% more energy efficient, reduce noise by 50%, and come with clean glass technology. And Leak Armor installation gives you a lifetime warranty to protect your home. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
G. Scott here with former Seahawks Cliff Averill and Doug Baldwin. I heard you guys are having a celebrity pickleball tournament to raise money for Nourishing Champions. Why pickleball?
Obviously, it's a growing sport, but also this model is that we will actually be playing with community.
We are the most competitive people, so regardless of how sorry Doug might be, he will be out there competing like it's a Super Bowl.
Sign up for the Celebrity Pickleball Tournament, open to all skill levels. For details, go to championsofchangefoundation.org/pickleball.
Whether you're celebrating a graduation or gathering with family and friends, a Mariners Suite is the perfect place to host your crew this summer. Enjoy first-class catering, VIP parking in the Mariners Garage, and exclusive entry via the suite-level Sky Bridge. Plus, take in the game in comfort with padded outdoor seating and an indoor climate-controlled lounge. Suites are available for groups of 14 to 400, starting at $150 per person. Book your suite at mariners.com/suites and make your next Mariners game unforgettable.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
You wanna get to where you're going in safety, comfort, and style. The perfect ride, the perfect wheels, the way the road makes you feel. Hazelwood's a perfect drive. Hazelwood has it all. Hazelwood has it all.
June is Men's Health Month, and we want to place a special emphasis on prostate cancer awareness and treatment. Prostate cancer can be silent. It's important to get checked, even if you have no symptoms. Ask your primary care doc for a PSA screening if you're 50 or over, and 45 if there's a family history. If you or someone you know is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment at Swedish Cyberknife right here in Seattle. It only takes 5 short treatment sessions. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate.
The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing, with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
Overburdened with a bunch of stuff you don't want anymore, but feel bad throwing it away? John here with Happy Hauler, Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We prioritize donating and recycling. We'll help get your items to those in need instead of going to the landfill. At Happy Hauler, we pride ourselves on responsibility, community, and sustainability. We're a family-run small business that provides junk removal, donations, and recycling. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. It's time to reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, Brady Henderson, what do you want? Good news or bad news with your Mariners? Well, good news or bad news?
Bad news.
Bad news first?
Yeah.
Bad news first. With the loss last night down in the desert, the Mariners have now lost 7 of their last 8 series. Lost 7 of their last 8 series. Remember the record run they went on earlier this year where they won like 8 series in a row? This is now losing 7 of 8. 11-19 in their last 30, a really tough stretch. That's the bad news, and I will let Dan Wilson answer the question of whether or not, Captain Dan, some of the messaging has got to change in that clubhouse. Here was the skip after that loss.
Yeah, I mean, we're all frustrated, no doubt. This is a tough stretch, and tough stretches are frustrating. It's been in baseball a long time that way, and I think we need to, we're going to reassess and look at it, but. This is it's been a tough stretch for sure, but this is a team that we know is resilient, and they come back and they'll continue to do that.
And really tough in this series in particular because that old runners and scoring position is flaring up again. The struggles the first couple weeks of the season, struggles over the last couple years of the Seattle Mariners offensively is, man, you get some traffic, you get people aboard, but you just can't finish. That analogy I think holds true. Like you move the ball between the 20s as a football team, but you can't finish. You can't make a field goal. You turn it over in the red zone. You can't run the ball when it matters. You can't score and put points on the board. Just 4 of 30, the Mariners, the last 2 nights with runners in scoring position. 4 of 30, 1 of 12. They fought all over the place. They hit them really hard, and they just could not, unfortunately, find any production. So that's all the bad news. You want some good news?
Yeah.
Logan Gilbert was filthy last night down in Rainier Land. And Logan Gilbert made his 3rd rehab start. First 2, a little inconsistent, a little bumpy. Fastball was good, but last night it was vintage Logan Gilbert, and those poor AAA guys on the other side were like, get him out of here. Please get him back up to the big leagues because that guy is a monster. Walter was out 5 innings, just 1 hit allowed, no runs, only walked 1, struck out 6 on 72 pitches, so pretty darn efficient. And in fact, retired 14 of the last 15 batters he faced. Tomorrow, Brady, is an off day. And off days in baseball are the time, you heard Dan kind of say it there, we'll take a breath, hopefully find a way to salvage a series and get a win today in an early game right here on Seattle Sports. And then, see if there's possible moves that have got to be made. And one of those you would think in the days ahead will be Logan Gilbert. So good news, bad news, and news today with the Mariners and the Diamondbacks. Brian Wu getting the ball to finish off the series.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Sam Darnold got some stuff to him, Brady. Is that you? Was that your first and follow-up question?
Yes. Yeah.
That was where. How did that come about?
Well, it was really, I think McDonald was asked a kind of more generic question about Darnold, and that was, he volunteered the idea about how they're really starting to feel his competitiveness competitiveness in some of those periods where they're trying to simulate game-like situations. And that's why I asked him, I asked McDonald, like, is Darnold a yeller? Is he a guy who really gets fired up like that? And he said, I think he said, yeah, that's when he said he's got some stuff to him. And that's when I asked him, is he surprised by that? And he said, no, they played him last year and they felt it. But the reason I asked those follow-ups is because that surprised me, because that's not something I ever really associated Sam Darnold with. I mean, he's an Orange County guy who sort of has that, like, California laid-back, chill voice. And he always kind of struck me as, a kind of a low-key guy who really doesn't get too high or too low. And so that's why I was following up with McDonald, just because what he was describing sort of ran counter to my assumptions that I've had of Sam Darnold from afar.
Yeah, I think all of that is fair. And Chase Daniel will be a great guy to talk about with this, because he's seen all quarterbacks across different range. And I think with Geno, to your point, it's a little easier with Geno. Right, you would feel that. You'd see the interactions, the frustrations. You'd see him slam his helmet. You'd see him yell at fans. You'd see him, kind of get on teammates. You'd see some of the friction that he and DK obviously had, and some of the stories that we heard from behind the scenes of some of that friction. I don't think Sam walks that way. I think his fire, kind of to Coach McDonald's point, is there. It's just going to come across contextually a little bit different, is it not?
Yeah, and I'm really interested to see that, just because, again, that's something that I really want to see, to know what exactly it looks like, because it's just hard to picture. It's not really something I've ever really thought of Sam Darnold being that way. And so I'm guessing that, the one of the reasons why the Seahawks are excited about the way that he leads is because when it does come time to hold players accountable, I think they are expecting him to do that in maybe a different way that Geno Smith did, because as fiery as Geno Smith was, and as much as they sometimes loved that competitiveness out of him, I think they would tell you that at times, with teammates, he may have gone a little bit too far.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, third thing you need to know is Aaron Rodgers got married. That was probably the biggest NFL headlines. We'll do an Around the NFL tomorrow with so much news all over the place in mini camps. Looks like TJ Watt also holding out there in Pittsburgh, along obviously with the Cincinnati pass rusher that Salk's got an affinity for, and Trey Hendrickson. That is happening. And in the NBA, Game 3 in Indiana tonight. Just taking a look at the ratings. Yikes. I kind of knew this was going to be a tough one, just market share wise. Kind of knew that Indiana and Oklahoma City, if you're Disney, were like, no New York, no Chicago, no LA, no Dallas, two of the smaller markets, especially Oklahoma City. And while SGA is the MVP of this league, not a big name star yet. We'll have a chance to kind of make that further imprint. But yeah, lowest ratings, I think, since the mid-80s.
And that, you got to figure that includes a lot of people in Seattle who are hate watching, just hoping to see the Thunder lose. Indiana. And
go Indiana.
Can't wait to dance on the grave of the Thunder.
Go Pacers. We've always been Pacers fans here in Seattle. That is everything you need to know. As I mentioned, you will hear the Mariners today, an early game down there in the afternoon, a getaway day, as they will have tomorrow off. And I sure hope, man, Wu can deal. The Diamondbacks got a bunch of lefties in their lineup. It feels like a bunch of these teams they've lost to in these series got some kind of potent left-handed bats. So hopefully Mr. Wu can get it done, and Mooney can close it out, and they can find a way to get a win and stay above 500 before an off day in a 6-game homestand. Looking forward to this. I did a couple games with Chase Daniel. My last broadcast on the UFL, Brady, was with Chase. In the booth. I didn't get to see him. He was in the studio there in LA as I was out on the field in a monsoon and a rainstorm. But this guy knows his ball. He's on every morning with Diane Rossini. They talk a lot of ball. He's got a lot of opinion. What does he think of Sam Darnold? What does he think of Jalen Milroe? What does he think of Clint Kubiak? What are his expectations of the Seahawks? What's a Mike McDonald defense? All of that and more with longtime former NFL quarterback Chase Daniel, who will join Brady and I right here on Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy.
Joined right now by Seahawks wide receiver Cooper Kupp, which still feels kind of weird for me to say. Does it feel weird to hear still?
Yeah, I'm getting used to it. How would you describe this group as far as the potential of this squad?
I think the thing that's really cool is we got guys that can do everything. Hey, I can be involved in the run game. I can be involved in the third level of the defense. I can attack. So when you have guys that can do everything, it makes it really cool to be able to move guys around and be able to say, hey, look, you don't know where it's going to be coming from.
Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and you've heard about my success losing 35 pounds in just 8 weeks with the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan. I know you've heard from Ryan Rowland Smith as well. Well, now I want you to hear from someone just like you, a Seattle sports listener. Chad, who lives in the South Sound, he joins me now. Chad, how much weight did you lose?
I lost about 20% of my total body weight. I was down 43 pounds from the start of the reduction phase till it ended.
43 pounds. My gosh, how'd that make you feel? Would you recommend it?
Fantastic. Confident, first and foremost, for me. Much more confident, and then also just healthier, just easier to do things around the house, easier to do things at work. I would 100% recommend it. I can promise you'll lose the weight you want to lose.
Well, that's another ringing endorsement for Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Yep, Chad started his journey with just a 15-minute phone call. You can schedule yours today at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Have the same kind of success I did, the same kind of success as Ryan, and the same kind of success as Chad. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Synthetic Turf Northwest is now open in Fife, the South Sound headquarters for premium synthetic turf. They help homeowners with a turnkey solution, DIYers, and contractors and landscapers needing quality products. With premium turf in stock, expert advice, and pro installation services, everything you need is under one roof. Visit their new showroom off I-5 in Fife, Synthetic Turf Northwest. Supplies and installation expertise all in one place. Mention radio for up to $1,000 off. SyntheticTurfNorthwest.com.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies.
And you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Brock and Salk
weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, I've been looking forward to this all morning. 14-year NFL vet Chase Daniel going to join us here in just a second. Chase and I worked a couple UFL games together, had a blast. I told him the only problem is now I got your number, and I'll probably bother you sometime to come on my morning radio show and talk a little bit of ball and quarterbacks and all that fun stuff. And now we're going to get a chance to as Chase Daniel joins us. Chase, I'll just start you with a super big softball, if that's all right. What do you remember about the Beastquake?
That's not a softball. That's a horrible, horrible memory for me.
Oh, is
I
it?
remember
really?
about it.
What do you mean?
Yes, God.
You were on the other sideline.
You're bringing up a scar, right? And it's not just from the Beastquake game. I've been a part of probably some of the most, famous playoff losses of all time, right? That started it in 2010. And then I was a part of the Minnesota Miracle. I was on the field on that game. I was on the field for the double doink game. I've been on the field for the first largest comeback, the largest comeback, and the second largest comeback in NFL playoff history, and been on the losing side of both. So thank you for bringing that up for me. I remember the stadium shaking, legitimately shaking. And I believe they were 7-9 and we were 11-5, and it was just not a good feeling at all.
All right, Chase, I will give you an actual softball here. This is Brady Henderson, by the way. I'm filling in. I cover the Seahawks for ESPN. I want to hear your just kind of a view from afar on the Seahawks and the moves that they made and what you think is a reasonable expectation for the Seahawks, given that, yeah, you've got a lot of continuity on defense, but you've got a whole new offense with a new coordinator, new quarterback, new receiver. What do you feel like is a reasonable expectation for the Seahawks this season?
Yeah, 10 wins. I think that's reasonable. I don't think that a lot of people outside of the Seattle area thought they'd win 10 games last year. And then they go and get rid of their best receiver, and their best quarterback, and fire their offensive. Just a lot of change, right? And I would say, you asked earlier in the question how I felt from afar. I felt shocked, surprised maybe, when all this stuff with Geno Smith went down. Look, I know he didn't play up to standard, I guess you would say, last year, but he struggled with that offensive line. And if you look at the stats and the nerd stats, and I'm not really into it, but he's one of the best quarterbacks versus like a muddy pocket that the NFL has seen. He's extremely accurate throwing the football. And then you go to Sam Darnold, and you pretty much, it's a 1-for-1 switch. And I know Sam, and I think he's going to have another good year. Goes back with Clint Kubiak, but he won 14 games last year. And if you look at Sam's really advanced stats around muddy and murky pockets, it's not great. He doesn't do well under pressure. So I think the key for the Seahawks offense, or one of them at least, would be, hey, can we get that offensive line healthy and to play a little bit to a higher standard? But I do like that, JSN, I think, is a stud. You go out, you get Cooper Kupp. And then also with Clint Kubiak, I think he's the wild card here. You look at what really New Orleans was doing maybe the first 4 or 5 games of the year when they were healthy last year. They put up 47 points against Dallas. He's very, very particular in how he likes his schemes, obviously the Shanahan style. And he knows Sam. So it was interesting to see that. And it was interesting to see sort of how when the details of Sam Darnold's contract came out, right? That it was really a one-year deal for $30-something million. I know there's a $100 million contract and stuff like this. So I don't want to say this is a prove-it year to Sam, but they did draft Jalen Miller on the 3rd round.
Yeah, we're going to get to all of that. We're going to get to Kubiak, we're going to get to Jalen, a bunch of that. I want to play a cut yesterday. Mike McDonald, and I don't know if you ever went against him. You know, he's probably a position coach, you know, Chase. So I don't know if you ever went against that kind of scheme. But we've watched Mike kind of grow in his personality and in his communication. And he met with the press yesterday after their mini camp. And he was asked specifically, our own Brady Henderson asked him this question about Sam Darnold and just Sam's kind of leadership, his stuff to him. Here was Mike McDonald talking about Sam Darnold. I want you to react to it.
Yeah, he's got some stuff to him.
Does he?
Yeah.
Did that surprise you?
No. We went against him. We felt it. Yeah, the thing you love about Sam is he's just a dude, man. He's he's like one of the guys. There's a sense of he's one of the guys, so he's right there with him and all the things, but that's him. But there's some to him. Like he's like, don't mess with him. He's got that edge to him, that competitiveness, and the guys respect that. And he's him. He's not trying to be anybody else, and you got to respect that about him.
What do you know about him?
Yeah, I love it. I love how Sam's career is sort of trending upward. I mean, you look at the last Seattle quarterback, Geno Smith. I mean, he didn't get good or put in a scheme and to be successful until really later on in his career. And if you look what Sam did last year, people are like, oh, the head coach carried him, the best receiver in football carried him. Look at the running back. Yeah, I get that, and I understand that. My pushback is you still have to go out there and you still have to make the throws. And you look at Sam's year last year and what he's bringing, and really I look at that Minnesota game in Seattle where down the stretch, man, at Seattle, this dude made some amazing throws. And so when you're a defensive coach, you're like, oh, I want that on our team, right? And you sort of go out there and you get that. And it's always interesting, Brock, right? Like you've seen it, you've lived it. But when you have a quarterback that has a defensive head coach, it's always an interesting relationship, right? And I like the way that Mike is talking about Sam. And I say interesting because who knows how things are going down the stretch, what's going to happen, and how Mike handles it. But it's really good to hear Mike say that about him. And I would tend to agree. The interactions I've had with Sam have been great because he is just who he is. He's a California kid at heart, but he's a stone cold killer, man. And when he can throw the ball like he did last year, I mean, that's the reason he got that $100 million deal. It's for real.
Hey, Chase, I want to get back eventually to the leadership stuff, and I also want to get back to something that you just said there about what it's like playing for a defensive-minded head coach. But just sticking with Sam Darnold, I mean, we saw the 14 wins, as you mentioned, a whole lot of touchdown passes, the Pro Bowl. In your eyes, though, what was it at the end? What do you think caused some of the struggles he had over that final regular season game, and then obviously in the playoffs as well?
Yeah, it's really the 2-game stretch, right? Because they're half away from getting the 1 seed, and then the playoff game didn't go as well. When you're looking and really studying, I want to go back to the Detroit Lions game, right? I think it was week 18, and number 1 seed was on the line. There was stuff open, right? And Detroit did a really good job, I think, of that game of getting pressure to Sam Darnold quickly and with the front four. And like I mentioned earlier in the interview, that's one of the things that Sam struggles with. If he gets pressure on him early, it's not the same type of quarterback. Now he moves to get out of pressure and has made a lot of outside of the pocket plays. And I think that's what Detroit did. I mean, if you look, there's probably, and we broke this game down on our show at Fox, it was like 3 or 4 touchdowns, including a 2-point, I believe, that were open, 4th down. And if those are scored, it's a different game. It's a different thing. And people are always going to point to, oh, he's good in the regular season. He was great. But then when it mattered the most, right, there was some stuff to be left upon. He's never been put in a situation like that. If you look at his career, they've never really been a playoff team. Any of the teams that he's been on, from Carolina to New York. So he's never had that situation. So that's a good thing, I think, if you're the Seahawks and say, hey, you need to grow from this because, yeah, you've been great. You're the franchise quarterback, all these right things. But when adversity hits and we need you to make plays in the most important part of the game, you have grown from that. You've been in this situation before.
Yeah, 14-year NFL vet Chase Daniel joining us now all over Fox Sports. Had a blast going a couple UFL games with him, one in an absolute monsoon just a couple weeks ago. Chase, you did mention earlier, and I know you did a ton of prep and have over the last couple years leading up to the draft. And I don't think it is coincidence that maybe the last couple of games of Sam and maybe the structure of that contract, I don't think it was too crazy that the Seahawks, if they liked a quarterback, and they liked a few in this draft, found one at the right time, at the right place, right on their board, and they do it. And they take Jalen Milroe, the second highest drafted quarterback that John Schneider took here outside of Russell Wilson. That's it. In that third round. Give me Chase Daniel's pre-draft view of Jalen Milroe and the fit here in Seattle.
Yeah, great question. The pre-draft view was really raw, but probably one of the most talented, and I'm not just talking about throwing the football, but just overall freak of athletes guys I have really ever seen in my short 2 or 3, 4 years really evaluating college quarterbacks. And there's something to be said about that, because here's the thing, Brock, and what I think of, like there was a lot of talk, and including on some of our shows, hey, he should be a first round. Is he a first round? Is he not? I never thought he was a first round talent in terms of throwing the football, because he still needed to improve on that, right? But if you watch the Alabama games closely, when he plays on time and in rhythm, he's accurate. I think the one thing that I saw on his film was he would rarely get past his first read because he knew he was such a good athlete that he could escape the pocket and he could make plays with his feet. And that's why I love this pick in the third round. One, it doesn't put pressure on him to play right away, right? That's Sam. But I do believe he's going to get packaged. And I do believe if you're the Seahawks and you believe in developing quarterbacks, which is such an underused skill in today's day and age, but if you believe in that, one, he can help you right away in Clint Kubiak's scheme. I would imagine that you need to get this guy on the field 10 plays a game. And I'm not saying with Sam Darnold out, he just has to. He's that type of dynamic of a playmaker with the ball in his hands. You have to get him a shot, but it's similar to what we're seeing, Brock, right? And this whole NFL, you got to be able to run and you got to be able to get out of trouble. And if they think, which I do think they believe, they can fix his mechanics. If they fix his mechanics, and look, you got to see it, and you only get experience by playing. If all those things go right, this could end up being a really good pick for them.
And that's a perfect lead into my next question, Chase. I'm just wondering, from your experience from 14 years in the NFL, how fixable can accuracy issues be? I mean, it seems like, we've seen some quarterbacks who entered the NFL with accuracy questions, fair or not. We've seen those guys improve. Josh Allen is probably the best example of that. I think Lamar Jackson was not known as the most accurate passer in college. We've seen it a few times, but in your kind of experience and in your opinion, how fixable are accuracy issues?
Yeah, I mean, look at the other side of the spectrum too with Anthony Richardson, right? Career 50-something% passer, and I think he's completed 48% of his passes, right? So it all comes down to, why are you inaccurate? Are you inaccurate because you're not going to the right spot at the right time and windows are tight, or are you inaccurate because of mechanics? There's two types, right? Like Brock, and that's what it's hard to really explain, but I've seen him. It's not like he's this most inaccurate passer in the world. Like, we see way worse. Even Josh Allen was, like you said, you mentioned it was perfect. Now, it does take work. It does take a quarterback coach. It does take development. It does take playing and experience. But for all we know, it could have been he hated playing with the college ball. In the NFL ball, he's Aaron Rodgers. You just never know. And I think that's why part of this evaluation process is so important. I thought at times, personally, this is just my opinion, when he was inaccurate, he was rushed. He did not trust his reads, and it was mechanical. Those are the type of things you can fix.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I would tend to agree. And his completion percentage numbers, by the way, are like low to mid-60s. I mean, very, very different there. Yeah, which is totally fine. Chase Daniel here with us for the last couple minutes. What do you think of this Kubiak scheme?
Yeah, well, it puts defenses under pressure, and I think that's the biggest thing. Watching them and knowing people, and I was with New Orleans for 5 years, knowing people in the building and just what they said. When they're fully healthy, it's just you don't you don't really know what to expect. And that's a good thing because so often, right, defenses are doing things maybe pre-snap and hiding and blitzing, and they got 6 up on the line. They're in a double A-gap mug, right, where there's 2 linebackers walked over both guards or B-gap, whatever it is. There's so many ways for defenses to blitz the offense and to make us second guess. Really good offenses in this league, they're not stagnant. And you use motions, you use shifts, you use personnel groupings, you use everything at your disposal. And that's what a Clinton Kubiak scheme is. And just on top of that, just the creativity. So you look at the weapons he has and the success I believe he had early in the year in New Orleans, I think that's probably why Mike McDonald liked him.
And Chase, getting back to the leadership question, I'm curious, just again, from your perspective, from playing in the NFL as long as you did, who were some of the best leaders at quarterback that you played with? Not, take talent aside, take, ability aside, just the best leaders. Who were some of the best leaders you played with at that position, and what truly makes a good leader as a quarterback?
Yeah, look, that's a great question. For me, it's just like a no-brainer. It's Drew Brees, right? And it's not only how he led, but it's when he led. And he never stopped leading. And he always led from the front, which I believe is what quarterbacks should do. If you're a lead by example guy, that's fine. If you're a lead by action guy, if you lead by words, whatever it is, I want to see my quarterback out in front. And it was just such all the small things, right? I think leadership's different for everyone. And I think that's the key with Drew is he knew how to talk to Marcus Colston differently than he talked to Jimmy Graham, because Jimmy Graham, you could use a butt chewing in his face in front of the team and he would respond that way. Whereas if you did it to Marcus Colston, AKA the Quiet Storm, he would go in like it wouldn't be good. You have to pull him to the side and there would be, he would talk to, he knew exactly the buttons to push. And I think for me, that's true leadership. But also, at times, leadership can be lonely. He was cool being lonely. If he really believed, and he got the guys to believe in us, and we won a lot of games there. And that was something that I always admired because so many times I feel like in today's culture, people are scared to step out in the front. People are scared to maybe put themselves out there. Drew was never the case with that.
Hey, last question, and I'm going to steal it. Brady was going to ask you, but I'm going to ask you beforehand because we're going to let you run after this one. The difference between playing for an offensive-minded head coach, which you did the majority of your career, versus at the end of your career playing for a defensive-minded head coach, and in particular here for Sam, right, who's also had the gauntlet of both offense and defense. Just the difference between playing for head coaches with those different perspectives.
Yeah, look, I want to be completely honest here, and playing for an offensive-minded head coach as a quarterback, it's a lot better for the quarterback. The entire team, I think, mainly runs through the quarterback. When you have a head coach in your corner, maybe when stuff doesn't go right and has your back, that's really important. And we went through that with Andy Reid when Alex Smith, when we first got there, really wasn't playing up to par, stuck with him, was in his corner. And I've seen the opposite end of the spectrum where there's been some defensive head coaches when stuff goes awry and there's some vulnerabilities and there's some adversity that they start pointing fingers. And who do you think that, and I'm not saying this is Mike McDonald, but who do you think they're going to point the finger at? They're going to point the finger at the quarterback because we know, Brock, right? The quarterback, in my opinion, gets way, way too much credit when things go right and way too much blame when stuff goes wrong. And so those are what I have noticed mainly from the intricacies and from a deeper dive standpoint is that, hey, when stuff gets and whose job it is, a lot of times, and, Mike's not in this position, but a lot of times they're pointing fingers.
Oh, that's good stuff. You enjoying this, by the way? You enjoying your jump into the media world?
Yeah, it's been great. It's been fun. My wife told me, you're bored for this. I said, bored for what? Like media? She's like, you need to be in football the rest of your life. Like you have this.
And he's on his way home to his.
Yep. Next best thing was this. So I've had a really, really good time with it, and I'd like to coach if I didn't have a family, but I just see what they have, and it's just tough. So I've enjoyed getting to stay a part of the game.
Well, I love it. And hopefully we can chase as the season gets on and get going. Hopefully we can bother you again. Keep rocking it with Rossini every morning as you're doing it. As more opportunities present themselves, and I'm sure an analyst role and whatever is ahead of you, just go knock it out of the park. It's been great getting to know you and appreciate the time this morning, man.
Appreciate you, Brock.
Thanks, Chase.
There he goes. There he goes. Chase Daniel, kind enough to take a good 20 minutes there. Anything jump out as you're nodding along there, Mr. Henderson?
A lot of things. My first reaction is that was Chase Daniel's first time on this show. I've got a pretty good feeling that will not be his last time on the show. I got a feeling that you're going to go back to that great resource of knowledge and insight that he gleaned from 14 years of playing in the NFL. That was great. Yeah, I've got a ton of stuff there. And the leadership stuff, I think, what was among the many interesting things he said about kind of knowing your players, and you've got to lead different guys in different ways based on kind of the feedback and the leadership style that they're going to respond best to. I thought that was interesting, and it probably speaks to the idea that it takes time to really get to know your teammates and to really hone that skill, that part of playing quarterback.
Yeah, I think there's a little Pete Carrollism there, right? Learn the learners. And you can't really do that until you know thyself. And Pete made that pretty clear, right? His first journeys in New England and with the Jets, it really wasn't until SC that he really learned the way he wanted to do this. And once you're comfortable doing that, then you're able to, have that kind of emotional intelligence, I think they call it, right, to connect with others. And I think Sam's at a place now that if this was Sam Darnold coming out of New York, I don't think we'd be there, right? As Jordan Palmer said, and you heard Chase say it right there, like he had not been around winning programs. Right, New York was a mess, and Carolina was a mess. It really wasn't until he went to San Francisco that he got to see, like, oh, this is winning. Oh, this is what it's supposed to be like and what it's supposed to feel like, and then carry that over into Minnesota, and now obviously here. I did love as well, just schematically, Brady, and I'll dig into this in Blue 88 a little more with his little line, just talking about how much defenses dictate versus how much offenses can attack. And if there was an issue that I had a season ago within this system, it was like, please get under center. Please move the pocket. Please, right? And I think I called you on a couple different occasions and bothered you about, hey, man, what's your database say about number of snaps under center? Because this is starting to tick me off. Yeah. You're letting them just tee off on you instead of you being the one through motions and shifts and movement and under center. And like you should be the one dictating. And this system, when it's humming, that's what they do it at their best. Kind of like you today, man. Just humming right along, Brady.
Well, I appreciate you having me, and if you need me tomorrow, I'm ready. Put me in, Coach.
Are you sure? You ready to go tomorrow?
I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go.
Have like a whole final minicamp practice to dive into today as well.
Yeah, I got the clipboard on. The headset is off. The clipboard is on the bench. The helmet is on. The chin strap is buckled. The mouth guard is in. I'm ready to go.
And do me one last favor before we run here with the hay in the barn. Lyle's maiden voyage to the VMAC today.
Yeah.
First time Short Shorts is going to be on the sidelines. Can you just kind of have an eye out for him? Can you kind of help take care of him just a little bit?
Yeah, I will keep an eye out for Lyle. I got to keep, most of my focus on what's going on in the field. But I'll check in on Lyle every
just be good friend.
Hour or so.
Yeah. Be a good friend. He is Brady Henderson. We'll turn it over to Bump and Stacy.
So by our boss.
I know you will, Maura. That goes without saying. That's what you do. You're the sound hound and so much more. Thank you, Maura, for all your work behind the scenes. Lyle as well. Brady for coming in early. Early Mariners game. Bump and Stacy will hand it over to the pregame show in about an hour and a half. But Brady, for this day, the hay, my friend.
It's in the barn.
See you.
Get to the chopper! Bump and Stacy.
Joined right now by Seahawks wide receiver Cooper Kupp, which still feels kind of weird for me to say. Does it feel weird to hear still?
Yeah, I'm getting used to it.
How would you describe this group as far as the potential of the squad?
I think the thing that's really cool is we got guys that can do everything. Hey, I can be involved in the run game. I can be involved in the third level of the defense. I can attack. So like when you have guys that can do everything, makes it really cool to be able to move guys around and be able to say, hey, look, you don't know where it's going to be coming from.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Summer is the perfect time for a new roof. Take advantage of our easy financing, summer specials, and the best warranty in the business. Have a great summer. See you next hockey season. Trust Techline.
Cracked windshields happen, and if your car has a forward-facing camera, it needs to be recalibrated. All-Star Auto Glass is the professional choice for windshield replacement, repair, and recalibration. Call All-Star Auto Glass today.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Summer's here, and seasonal businesses are hiring everything from hiking guides to surf instructors and more. Whether you're hiring for one of these roles or any other role, you need ZipRecruiter to find qualified candidates fast. ZipRecruiter's smart technology gets to work as soon as you post a job, diving in to find great matches and showing you top picks right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/USL to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
Here at Total Wine & More, our amazing selection means you'll always
love what you find.
Dad, what are you doing here?
Just getting a sneak peek at my Father's Day gifts.
Well, I was thinking of getting you this Barrel Select bourbon.
That's a really nice bottle.
And Total Wine has it at the totally lowest price.
Wow. You always were my favorite.
Thanks, Dad.
Talking to the bourbon, sweetie.
Find what you love what you find. Like the perfect gift for Dad at the perfect price. Only at Total Wine & More.
And drink responsibly. B21.
This just in. The NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
Evan Cohen here. It's time to turn things up a notch. This summer, don't binge watch shows. Binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on the warm weather vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take your shot with 5-Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5heshot.com for full details and rules and to enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025.
Be a peach. Vote Mariners. The 2025 All-Star ballot is open, and Cal, Julio, JP, and the crew need your help to secure their spots at this year's Midsummer Classic in Atlanta. You can vote 5 times per day, every day, through June 26th at mariners.com/vote. Plus, with every ballot cast, you'll be entered for a chance to win the ultimate game day experience, featuring a meet and greet with a 2025 Mariners All-Star, batting practice passes at T-Mobile Park, and more. Vote now at mariners.com/vote.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners are looking to avoid a sweep